Woo, baby, let's go. Look at that streak. Look at that streak. I think I did it right. Hold on. Why is it not going off? Hold on. Ooh, look at those streaks, baby. Look at you guys go. There we go. Okay. Okay. And then BB set 3. Okay, cool. Cool. You'll grow in rain. Okay, now Kiwi, redeem another one for me, Kiwi, and then I gotta set that shit back to 3 because it's at 10 right now. I need to be refunded, my dude. Oh, true. Fair. Goes in comfort. We all go in rain. Reject. There you go. Should be good now. There we go. Oh, wait. I fucked up again. Hold on. I fucked up again. I have to refund you again. I forgot to reset it. So it's saying you have 8 out of 8 right now. Ah, fuck. It's so cold. Comfort, we all go in rain. Save. No. Save. There we go. I fixed it. Okay. And you should be refunded. Should be refunded again. Now we'll be good here. I'll do it twice there. Because I feel bad. There you go. And now I've completed them. So can't refund no more. Okay. And I have to do stuff. Ooh. There you go. Okay, cool. Okay, let's go over here. Alrighty. Whew, okay, my hands are fucking cold. Timer. Yeah, no, fair. You're right. I just figured by the time we got to it, yeah. Well, we're good now. Oh, it's so cold. My hands are gonna fall off. I hope you're doing well, Kiwi. Thank you for testing. Thank you. Hi, Condemned. How are you? Welcome on in. I still have to eat breakfast. So we will eat breakfast and watch Cowboy Cam Rollins, probably. I've got my Twitch recap. I was gonna show you guys my Twitch recap as well, but feel free to show it in the Discord if you want. I love seeing them. Yeah, they must have a vendetta. Do you, did you kill them yet? Profile. Okay. Fuck yeah. What's your favorite song to sing in the shower? Oh, right. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Change. I wonder if Cowboy Count Rollins does a video on fried rice. Let's see. Cowboy Count Rollins. We're gonna be on. I wish there was a hotkey to do this. Hold on. Streamer mode. Enable streamer mode. Okay, there we go. Back to work. Have a good work. Hello, Bevan. Hello, welcome in. We're gonna eat breakfast and then we're going to do things today. I hope you're doing well. I am cold. Hi. Welcome in. Oop, nah, that's not what I wanted to do. Oopsies. Mini. Can I get a bite? Of course, we're having fried rice. We're having egg fried rice for breakfast. So feel free to dig in. Let me see. It smells so good. Breakfast fries. Ooh. Let's watch this. Mm-hmm. The puppies are like, me, Papa. Oh. Sorry. Mmm. Woo! Look at them moves. Signature select is where? I want to know where he shops. Signature select. Safeway. He went to Safeway. Ham. Hold on, I have to restart the Minecraft server. Boop, 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 boop. Restart. There we go. I feel this is a rather simple breakfast that he's making, actually, to be honest. Damn, look at that grill, bruh. A black stone grill, huh? Maybe we'll have to see if I can do some grill research. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This asshole's not damn! Damn. Simple breakfast, $3,000 grill. Fair condemned. That's a very good point. Ooh. Ooh. Got peanut. Hi, Pixels. Damn. Man's got a bacon. I didn't know a bacon press was a thing. I guess it makes sense. But I feel like the bacon getting curly is kind of like the fun part of bacon, you know? But I get why you would want to have it flat, I guess. Elaine loves some good potatoes. Hi, Buster. Thank you for the check-in. I know you were here earlier, but it's an automatic response. I've been Pavlov dog to say hello every time I see a check-in. She did not catch that. What? What does this have to do with geometry? This is so silly. I see what he's doing. Elaine, we still say you can read even though you mess up sometimes. Are the beans ready? He didn't do beans with this one. Oh, oh, yes, the beans are ready. You guys. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. I forgot to change it back to down to 3. Hold on. But yes, they are ready. I can never read. I don't know what you're talking about. Edit. 3. Save. There you go. There we go. Back to the breakfast. Kiwi was my play tester. But cheese makes me sad, but the rest of it looks really good. This one's not melted yet. Laptop, are you okay? It's okay. Just looking at that low one. Free roam. Free roam egg versus circle egg. Puppy. American cheese is the only type that will melt evenly on a grill without putting a cover on it. Fair. Ooh, and then he put some chili on it. Ooh, that's just sounds like it smacks. Damn. Pistol's got the first Coco Santa. It did break. Oh, that looks like it fucks. See, that looks like it fucks, man. Give me that fucking breakfast. That second one. Now that's hash. You just waffle fries for breakfast. That was all this was. But that shit. Ugh. Hi, Vexed. That shit look like it fucks, brother. Now you got yuzu too. Nice. Guess I'm gonna get some chili. Gotta get some chill. You mean chili? I dumbass forgot to check when at advisings closes. Can you go tomorrow? Hi, Moon. Hi, Bunby. Welcome in. Oh. Huh? That's fair, Bunby. I don't know why it's set to 1. Huh. Everyone's things are going up. I don't... I guess I'll have to check tomorrow. Hello, Compact. From the top to the bottom. Charger is treating you like a fucking race car. Go fast! I won't go start me. Don't be mean, Moon. Bunby's been here for a while. Sure they were here before. Yeah. Hold on. I can do the math, actually. Let's go to the fridge. Well, I can do the math. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14, 13. 15. That should have been your 15th one. Fifteen. Hold on, my brain. 15. My brain. I'm trying to remember. My 15th? I think so. Because, okay, hold on. Wait, let's look at the calendar. Hold on, let me look at the calendar. Calendar. Because your first day here was, oh, Jesus. Your first day here was November 10th. November 10th. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. My mouse? My mouse died. On 12. Hold on. Okay. So 10. Okay, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 10, 15, but minus 1 because I didn't. So 15. So 15, 14. Oh, 16. 16. Today would have been 16. Okay. Other program. Sammy. Check-ins. I feel like a rabbit in a Wiimote. Just throw him in. Oh, yeah. Jesus, Vex. Thank you for the 30-day streak, by the way. So the problem is there many people with one. There's many people with just one. Can I look up? Oh, I could do it this way. Hold on. Let me go back to my stream. I can rewind in my stream and figure out what your ID is. Boop, boop. Alright. A little bit before. Let's go. 231. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, wait. Oh, that's why I have the time at the top of the stream. Also, I need to play some music. Jesus. Totally off topic, but I have a filet mignon. Oh, with the sweet. Whoa! That sounds so good. That sounds so good. There's compacts. A compact do theirs first? Oh, was it there? Oh, there it was. Okay, there's one. Okay. It is 217307. Okay. 248. This should say 16 save. Okay. Should be. I wish I had not the diabetes because I would have whatever he's making for breakfast. He is having waffle fries. He's having waffle fries with egg, bacon, cheese, and ham. Also, we have to go through our the dashboard thingy. The recap thingy. Stop. Pixels wants to know how much he skewed my stuff. So look at that. We're in top 10%. Look at how many streams I've done. Distinct days stream. Total stream. Oh, that makes sense. Wait, what's 365? 365. So I had 102 days? There's 102 days I haven't streamed? I wonder what those 102 days are. Did I do anything this year? I feel like I've streamed basically every day this year. Except for weekends. I'm guessing it's the weekends. But here you go. Okay, so now we gotta do the math because Pixel doesn't know how much he skewed. So I think the top emotes is across all channels. Well, top channel emotes because you have used maincoow hype mod more than maincoow hype mod has been used in my channel. You're like 30 which is 100 days. Okay, then yeah. Okay. Cool, then I have streamed most days, which I'm proud of. These are our top emotes. Look at my babies. You guys, I love you guys. It refreshed. Pixels was here. And now Pixels is down here. Does it refresh every time? Wait, if I refresh it again. Because I used that one on raids, yeah. Is it random? I think it's random. Because I keep refreshing and now Buster's here. And I think it's random. Is it freaking? Yeah. The shock emote is the Pikachu emote. Raid sent 260 guys. 260, which means I've only missed 5. And I feel like that's when like stream has broken. Like I've had 5 streams where it's like just died. 313 clips is fucking insane. Get tips on making clips. Your top viewed featured clip. What is this? Oh, haha. I wish I had to fix it. That'd be funny as fuck. Okay, I'm gonna lurk at me stream. Love you, wife. I'm gonna pin her back up there. Look at that. Look at that. Dude. Look at what we're growing. We're growing. I can't believe you guys used 3.2 million points. I don't know where y'all are getting all these points from. But you're getting it from somewhere. Okay, download it. Wanna download it. This is my best according to Twitch. Okay, let me look at it. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Please work. Yay, it worked. Oh. I'm hydrophobic, which is very different. I think Kiwi's was also different. Kiwi's was also different. It was this one. Clip farming. Oh, this is the Papa Titty. Oh, no, this is the AI one. Oh, no, this is... Yup. 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 I said that. I said that. Copy the clipboard. What the fuck? Ew, what the fuck? I just want to download it. Why can't I download? Save image as? There you go. Jesus. Okie dokie. I'm so cold and sleepy. I need to take my meds. Guys! Fishmas. Guys, we got the go-ahead from the person. I already bought the pattern. But we need the yarn so we can have Fishmas. Guys, Fishmas. Guys, Fishmas. Oh. Fish mash. I can hide this one. Can I hide this one? Hi, Chappie. Fishmas. Fishmas is where I crochet these cute little fish. For you. So there will be a week. There will be a week in December. And, or maybe not a week. That will be a long time. But an event where I will crochet you a fish. It doesn't come with a backboard or anything. I don't have this stuff. But you will get a fish, a crocheted fish from me. It can be any color you want it to be. And welcome back. Hi, Womble, by the way. And I will send it to you. You will physically have a fish. All it costs you is 5 subs. And if someone wants to get me the yarn, that would be awesome. But I kind of need the yarn so I can make the fish because I don't have any yarn to make these fish currently. But yeah. And the sooner we can get the yarn, the sooner I can start working on it. I would love a fish. That's what I'm saying. You could have a fish for either a donation. Guess what? Havoc. Has to be Havoc, right, Devouring? I'm thinking Havoc. But yeah, if you... So the plan is if I buy you yarn, can I get you? Yes. So if you so there's two things. If you help fundraise this, you can have a fish. Havoc number 2. Rain? Oh, Havoc is number 2, not Havoc's number 2. But yes, if you get me this, you will get a fish. You'll be the first one to get the fish. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, this bonk is so much faster than the old bonk. So many more bonks per second. But yeah. Gonna have pork chops and mashed potatoes in a few hours. Life is beautiful. Yum. Yum. I don't know why the new bonk, because I had to refresh the bonk. The bonk just hurts so much more. The bonks per second is through the roof. It was. It very much was. Ooh, it's... Ooh, shit. Woo! It's Rat Cousin. We love rats. Is this a fucking ad for Five Nights at Freddy's 2? Dude, this is an ad for Five Nights at Freddy's 2. That shit makes me laugh. I have not posted. I'm supposed to post that I'm live, but I've already forgotten. It's already almost 3 o'clock, so it's fine. Dude, is this not gonna upload? It's gonna get one of those cartoon lumps on her head. This is true. I will. Why are these not? Hold on. Yeah, like that. Just like that. Oh, Womble, you really have an emote for every occasion, don't you? Fuck it, Megan. Let's start with the 20. I try to keep my bases covered. I wish I could keep all my bases covered. My bases are never colored, mostly nude. Oh. I feel the temperature rising. Yeah, I won't post that I'm live today because it's too late now. Trying to push that hair thingy. Forgot what it's called. 2 feet high. Oh, my ahoge? I can make it longer. We'll see. What's my hair tab? Hello, Rainer. Beep. Thank you for the head pat. See? To make it longer. It's like a little hook now. I'm a hook. I'm a lure. I'm a fishing lure. This is not where that goes. Hello, Lude. Welcome on in. Hi, Daedalus. Oh my god, everybody's coming in. Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Do you like my coat hanger? Have I hooked you in yet? How you doing? I'm good. I'm good. A little eepy, but I'm good. Change cover. That sounds bad. What? What sounds bad? What sounds bad? What? So I'll make him normal now. Because he's distracting me. I'm gonna move stuff on my desk. Why does it sound weird? My advancedgg bought us. Sounds weird. Pretty sure your boy's getting sick. No, Daedalus, no. Don't be sick. Why are you getting sick? How could you do this? I'm sick right now. Why is everybody getting sick? Why are you all getting sick? Stop getting sick. Stop. It's freaking me out because that probably means I'm gonna get sick. What is happening to my laptop? I see you stuttering. Why are you being a problem? I wonder, I have a question. What if it's because of this? That'd be very funny if that was why. Oh my heart. That's my secret. I'm always sick, Womble. That's why we kiss you. We commission you and we hug you every single day. That's why I don't go to family gatherings, because those nasty people get me sick. I mean, fair. Wait, look at all these VODs. Oh my god, I had to scroll so much. Well, considering temps went from -20 to +3. Oh, that's fair. That's very fair. You're supposed to drop again Friday, too. You should stay warm. Stay warm. And I don't need a... Man, I be needing a hug. I won't lie. I think I see... Oh, Pookie, I got you. I got you. I give you all the hugs, okay? Reuse. No, I get that. Luckily, I still get a little bit of sun in this winter time, so like my brain doesn't get too sad, but I get it. I've learned, I think that, yeah! Daedalus. I'm proud of you, chat. I'm proud of you, chat. Seeing that, I'm proud of you. Proud of you. You keep that up. What was I gonna tell you guys? I was gonna tell you guys something. Oh, that I've learned that like when the season changes, regardless of whether it's like like how do I put it? Regardless of it's like winter, if the seasons change, I get kind of sad. I don't know. Maybe it's just my tism being upset that like things are changing. Cause I could get, I could. Yo, my top. I saw that one. I saw it was in your top 3, and it made me so happy. It made me so happy. I have to lurk in your stream more often, so that way next year you're in my top 3. To be fair, to the others, I'm barely on here anymore. Only 140 hours this year. Fair. I can't delete any of these because I don't wait for this to be uploaded, and it's being slow for some reason. Button me! Oh god, I clocked 3.5k hours. I don't know how many hours I clocked. I just kind of was just happy that we did it. Thank you, Bunby. Okay, Fishmas acquired. Yes. So when that arrives, I don't think so. Okay. I have to start making a list now. So when the supplies come in, I will start making fishies. Just so I'll probably make like a test one, and then I'll make the ones thanking Compact and Bunby, because Compact is the reason why we were able to buy the pattern. So Fishmas, and then we'll settle on a day that I will just make them for people. Fishmas. What is Fishmas? Fishmas, my dear Daedalus, is where for a day, if you gift at least 5 subs, I will make you a fishy. And I will send it. Sorry, my brain can't talk and do things at the same time. It's a physical little crocheted fish. It can be. Is it possible to has a pretty beta fish? So unfortunately, the only one I know how to make is this one. It will be this one, but you can have it in any color that you want because you got us that thing. It has like 52 different colors. So you can have as many colors. I could probably make the tail longer, but I don't know if it would look. I also have to go. No, I have buttons. I have a collection of buttons. But I should make an Excel sheet for this actually. Have you been on my lap? So unfortunately, I'll only know how to make this one. But you can have it as any color. Any color. I have to go to the restroom. Fuck. Hold on, I want to write this down now. Compact Coven. I want pretty blue and purple fish. You got it. Identity Bunby. And then I will have to get your guys' address, but I will ask for it in DMs. And I will never show it on stream. User name. And then Compact, if you had a color you would like, please let me know. So you would like blue and purple. If you give 25 subs, I'll make Elaine send you 3. Yeah, I'll make it 3. Disappointed myself. You were in my top 5 grand. I discovered you much later than my top 5. That's fair. I mean, hey, there's always next year. We always strive for bigger, better next year. But I'm just happy that you're here. I'm honored to be in your top whatever, but even if I'm not, it means a lot. Star. Star makes me laugh. Let me check something. I want to see. Cute idea. You can enable sub discounts for 5 or more gifted sub yourself if you'd like. In your creator dashboard, go to monetize discount. Streamer discount is shared between you and Twitch, as that would be the case with any sub promo out of September. Right. My creator video this year was weak, but I did a bit in Twitch for like 6 months earlier this year. That's fair. Yeah, I feel like I didn't get on my game of watching other Twitch streamers as hard as I could have this year. But, you know. Let's see. I don't know if I want to do. So September is the only time they do discounted subs. You can enable so then if you'd like. Discounted price is shared between you and Twitch, as would be the case with any sub promo outside of. I have to look how much Twitch discount subs. I don't know what just happened. An incentive for gift sub just finished. An incentive for gift subs just finished. Yeah. September. I think September was their last one. I know about it ahead of time. There's 5% for around. Yeah. Affiliate partners now have the flexibility to choose to run their own gift subscription discounts events on their channels. This feature allows you to offer 35% discounts on a gift zone to all 5 and choose to run customized the duration of promotions. I have to look up how the math gets split. Because I remember I got Twitch this year, but the months and years blur to me to be fair. If you click on your name in chat, you can see your account creation date. Yeah, that's true. Discount cost. How much does a gifted sub give the streamer? No, that's not what I want to know. I wanted to know the math. I'm forgetting to charge my iPad for my stream in an hour. No, charge it, charge it, charge it. If you have a fast charger, an hour should be a good amount to get at least like 90%. That's okay. We like old heads. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. And it looks like you will get less than 3 per sub. Isn't that how it is right now? Hold on, I have to go to the bathroom, so I'll think about it. I'll be right back though. Charge slow. Fuck. Can you keep it plugged in while you stream at all? Also, I will be right back. I have to go to the bathroom. Alright, I am back. I'm cold, but I am back. These days. Let's see, events. No. Fucked it up again. Okay, yep, we're good. I need to turn on a thing. Turn on my stream light. Yeah. Okay. And then I gotta do a calendar. Elaine's gotta do a calendar. I don't know why it always starts there. Whoa. Create task event. Event? I hear this and in task Twitch schedule. Make this one purple. Busy. 2 to 10 p.m. daily. If I live to look at this week. Okay, cool. Only way you cannot save all events. Go to month and my phone has vibrated. Trying so hard to be consistent. That's valid. Consistency is hard, Bunby. It is a hard one. It is a hard one, that is for sure. Pillagers, keep and follow. We love no working. Minecraft. It's pillagers, right? Keep it pillage. Minecraft pillagers. Follow me to the end. Anti-stopping advice to kill them. Okay. Okay, I have to do a thing. And it's fine if it's switched for now. I just need to check something on the Minecraft server again. Wrong tab. Okay, it's this guy. If it hurts, control. Perfect body. I am not seeing this issue. Pillagers won't leave me alone. Okay, we can switch back. Just build a water base. Hazard villages spawn. I honestly don't know. You causing this. Modded. Beautiful any village. Okie dokie. So, can I share this calendar? Settings and sharing. Virtual. Okay. Stream schedule. Click here. Oh wait, I could have done it like this. Click here. Oh wait, let's do this as a stream calendar. Let's do a calendar app. Or emote. Ooped. Forward to club room. Hey, heads up with the holidays. Streams might be a little. Thank you for the wellness check. Little different in schedule, but most if in these club activities, but in case, sure, you can click on the stream calendar, which will take you to a Google calendar where I have all my stuff. There you go. All right, let me drink some wild. I have to edit this again. Oh no. The daily. Every weekday save this and following events. There we go. And then I think we're not planning to stream on this day. This event. And then we're doing a shorter stream this day. Short stream. We're doing it 2 to 6. This event. And then I think I'll do Fishmas next week. If the package comes quickly, if it comes this week, then we can do it next week. I'm thinking on Thursday. But Thursday we have Dragonlance. Let's do D&D Dragonlance. What are plans for today's stream? Video editing and slash Havoc. How is Havoc's sting? Video editing, cast and chill, maybe some cast and chill because I want to play some cast and chill. Maybe some gambling. I don't know what else though. This is the 11th. It's not. This is 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Chat, do I order Quiznos just so I can have... Yes! If you try the game. Yeah. It'll probably be this evening. But I'll let you know ahead of time. Say no more. I think you should. Especially if you're sick. I feel like that would be good. What the fuck? I thought Quiznos died. Not in Midwest places, at least. Custom. Can I duplicate them? Duplicate. 20. Nope. Save should be the first. Oh, the dark parts. And then we have D&D Water Deep. Twitch.tv/RPG. Oh, me, baby. I got what you need, baby. This is from 5 p.m. to... Pixels, how long does Water Deep last? Oh, you have gym class in 30 minutes? Yikes! Yikes! I think we go from 5 to 10. I think. Yeah, 5+ hours. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure. Duplicate. So we would have it here, but I'm just gonna duplicate it to be... No. The third save. Actually, this might be not the third. This might be the 10th. Never just 5, though. Yeah. I just wanted to be sure. Why is my blankie not getting warm? Why? It's on 2. Not warm enough. Not warm enough, chat. Is there anything else I want to add to this calendar? I don't think so, at least not for right now. I'm thinking... I guess we can have it as a vote. If we do Fishmas... Because it'd have to be next week. It has to be next week. It can't be... It could be during this week. Wait, no. It depends on when they leave, I think. Because... I'd love to do it on a Thursday. I like Thursday. But it depends. Because I have a guest coming. I have family visiting. So I will pin this for now. Then I I will also pin this on my Booksmark bar. To get within you. I'll keep all these, okay. Does it get uploaded yet? The smell of pork is so good. I don't know how much longer I can wait. You got this. I believe in you. What? I see. Okay. I need to have 2 areas for VODs now then. VODs. Upload. And then we're gonna go properties. What's blazing inside of your eyes? It's true. I just need you. You feel a smell under my spawn. Need a different icon. I want it to be like the file cabinet, but different. Ooh, actually, I know a better idea. You've got the magic, baby. Sparks fly crazy every time. Meet! The worldly extraordinary. Pin to quick access. Feel like magic to me. Properties, customize, change, browse. And listen, I'm next to you. Before you go. Up in the sky, leave this whole world behind. And then properties, customize, change icon, browse to this one. Fly crazy. Okay, and then I have to unfortunately move these over here. Wait, no I don't. No I don't. Not one of them. One of them I don't. It is part 2 that I don't. Boop. Have to do that. Okay. It's nice listening to someone who can actually sing for once. Everyone else in this house is tone. Aww, that means a lot, Moon. Thank you. But that's just because they're passionate, you know? Hi, Oso. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Quiznos has always been better than Subway, in my opinion. Subway just has better customization. Fair. I do agree with this. Okay. Get to the 17th. Okay. I think did I hear Gamba? Gamba later. Gamba waiter. Family visit. This is an all-day thing to the 24th. Save. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I appreciate their passion, just not their volume. I'm on the other side. Fair. Sounds good. Okay, Daedalus. Yeah, I want to do some Gamba today if we can. Editing as usual, fair. I want to do some Gamba. I want to play some Gamba, and then I want to play some Cast and Chill. Have you ever played a VOTV? That sounds very familiar, but I don't think so. Oh, this is Voices of the Void. No, I haven't, but I've seen Uber Haxer Nova play it, and I really enjoy him playing it. Cool. Is it okay if I do fish 18th? Nature isn't far. I've been watching Over-Res Eggs play. It seems like a really chill, spooky game. Yeah, my friend had a gripe with it at one point for some reason because they changed it. Yeah, the V.09 update. Yeah, I did receive an interesting request on VGen. Oh, how so? Streak, baby! Thank you, Asa, for the streak. But yeah, why was it interesting? Were they asking for nudie pics? I'm sure they weren't. I'm just memeing. Serotonin. Oh, that's the PNG. That's why. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, for spicy edits. Were they actually for spicy edits? Were they actually for spicy edits? If so, I mean, listen. First time for me. Is it actually? Did they actually ask you for like a sexy edit? But I'm down for it, dude. You're gonna have to show me. You have to show me how it comes out. You should tell me how that comes out because I've done 2 edits of myself so far. 3. I want to do 1 more before the year ends. I just have to remember to do it. If we could. I'm like cold. I forgot. Okay. My brain is slowly coming together. And open the PRF again. Boop. Totally, though, I asked them to send me clips of what they want to edit first so I know what... Yeah, definitely. Because it's definitely like a more of like a scripted thing. And you have to have the right shots for it in a way. Manufacture the way you make me feel. How do I know that the sky's really sunny? Does it feel like your world is real and all-knowing journey? Might remove this now. Who's talking on my TV screen? I just learned she doesn't exist. Her voice is created, her voice generated, her soul hasn't lived, and her lips have not been kissed. How do I know that? Also, I gotta make sure I'm comfortable with the content. Like, I ain't a saint, but by no means. But who knows if it's too hard. Oh, yeah. Because, like, for example, if the edit goes to a song that you are not comfortable with, like, I would be like, But, like, let's see, I played earlier. This one, I did one to this song. Hold on. This one, I did one to this song, and I think I liked doing this one because it was more of like you know, like eyes on me. The phrase itself is very sensual, but like it could mean other things. Can I ask an edit of who? Oh no, the gamers got back into Elite Dangerous, and I actually have money for a new joystick finally. What is Elite Dangerous? What is this? Is this a fighting game? Eyes on me, baby. I know what you need, baby. Eyes on me. Space game? Space game. Space. Video editing. What you need, baby. Eyes on me, baby. Eyes on me. Hey, also, Daedalus, just saying. It is my brain is functioning. It is Black Friday still. Cyber Week still. If you did that, you could maybe get it discounted. So, yeah. I don't think I'm gonna get more merp in there, so I just gotta render the stinger. Render stinger. Still need to work on that, but that's fine. Oh, I have like 3 months to finish the Milk Club stuff. Let's do debut. Create plushes. I didn't catch that. It's there's still deals going around, so if you wanted to, because you have the budget, you could get it. So till March. And I did do an edit to this song as well, actually. Also, if you do a saucy song recommendations for me, please let me know. I'll keep the client information confidential, but they stream on the blue site. Ooh. Yeah, I got you. Honestly, also, as uncomfortable as it may be, I would just look up thirst traps on TikTok. But Eyes on Me is a really good one. I like that one a lot. But it also depends on the vibe. But let me know. Let me know if you know the vibe that you want. Why is it being weird? You done? Process shortly. Cool. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. Okay. Okay. Kind of gonna optimize this just a little bit because this feels a little bit much. Don't worry, I don't shy away from thirst traps. Cool. I just wanted to be sure. Because I can totally understand, like, being like, not really my cup of tea kind of thing. I like it to a degree. I like it when they're tasteful. Pork. Little did you know. BRB sounds good. As a sussy as fuck. Fair. I think, but also, like, there's a difference between straight up horny. Like, I think this is a big thing that people don't understand, which I wish people kind of understood more, is there is a difference between being, like, sus in, like, a, how do I put this? Like, subtle way, right? And then there's the sus of just being straight up horny. Like, there's a difference, you know? And, like, I feel like because I would also say that I'm sus, but I would at the same time also say that I'm not horny on main. But I am a bit sus on main sometimes, you know? And I feel like people will often assume that, oh, if you're just kind of sexual, you're full blown sexual. I was like, no. I am I am just the way that I am. Stop. I'm not horny. I just appreciate sexy, man. You got some spice, but not so. Yeah, exactly. And nothing wrong with being a YouTuber, nothing wrong with being horny on main. If that's it, we all have but there's a difference between like full blown gooner, but like or like tasteful gooning, and that's where I'm at with it. Is like there's a difference, in my opinion. What I come back to, me talking about how I don't like that everybody always assumes that if someone East horny, that just means that they are, or if someone is sus, or like if someone is 18 plus, that means that they're lewd, which is not true. I want to redo this. Save as underscore 2026. Save successful. Cool. That's not what the Helvetis one looks like. Take me. There's a spectrum of cottontail to burnt peanut in the horny on main spear. No, what is Pixels knowing about? I don't assume then. I just figured y'all don't want 5-year-olds yelling in the chat. I don't assume then. I just figure. Yeah. I don't know. Everyone's a bit different about it. I'm very much not the type of person to, I don't know, I'm just not that. The albino? Okay. No! What do you mean? No! I have a picture of him! Hold on. I think it's on my camera, though. I don't really want to dig up my camera. RIP! He was 30! How long I feel like alligators live longer than that. But then again, he was albino, so you get birth defect with that, right? Alligator lifespan. Yeah, that's on the younger side. Bro lived through 9/11 and the market crash. True. Mm. And COVID, true. Wow. I'm so sad. Aww. He was cool. I don't know why there's a movie. His name was Claude? This hurts my feelings. How did he die? But how did he die, though? Because 30's on the younger side of crocodile age. My cat walked in because she knows I'm crying about an alligator that I only met once. He was hatched in Louisiana. How did he die? Why did he die? Probably old age, but alligators live to 30 to 50. 30 to 50. He was only 30. He was only 30, chat. And he wasn't, you think so? Does being albino affect your health? I was gonna say, mean you have a health issues. Your high risk of cellular sunburn and more serious conditions to skin cancer for animals. He was the oldest albino recorded. I mean, that's cool. I'm sad now. What do you mean he's dead? Look at the little baby ones. They look so weird and chicken-like. They look like weird chickens. I know this is cheesy, and I know some people don't like it when VTubers are sad and they put the sad, but you guys don't understand my emotions because I'm actually crying over this fucking crocodile that I only met him once, but he was really cool. Oh. Wait, what? Rest in peace, King. Rest in peace, King. Look at him. Oh, he got boo-boos. Look like he got boo-boos. Mm. I want to see more pictures of Claude. Well, I'm sad because now that exhibit's gonna be empty. He's a little guy. He's just a dude. Happy Hatch Day. When was his birthday? His birthday was in September. I mean, that must have been pretty monumentous for him to turn 30 and be albino, right? Because he's the oldest living albino alligator. Why does this hurt? This hurts my feelings a lot. I'm sorry. I hope this isn't awkward or anything. Like, I'm vibing. I just... Oh! He's getting little head scratches! He has little head scratches and he's so happy. Look, he's got weird teeth. Fuck off! Look at him. He just eating. He just lounging. I want him on my stream now. Look at his scratches. Oh. I didn't know this would hurt my feelings so much. We will honor him yet. Why does this hurt my Pixels? Why did you come in here and hurt my feelings? It's okay. I just didn't think it would hurt my feelings so much. It actually kind of hurts my feelings quite a bit. I think it's because I see all animals as babies. If I'm honest, I see all animals as babies, and so when they die, it makes me sad. What is the tolerance of this? I can't with. Oh, there's refined. I just want to clip them. Let me clip them. Poor little alligator. We'll make his birthday a holiday, yes. What was it? What's his birthday? What was his birthday? September 15th, right? September 15th, I think. September 15th. I'll put it in the calendar. Oh my god, I can't believe how fucked up that got me, man. No, it's the day before Star's birthday. I want to change the color of this. Birthday should be blue. Claude Hatch Day, yeah. I'll make a flamingo. Let's make them yellow. I want birthdays to be yellow. And so How do I change what, actually? How do I change what calendar it's on? Display birthdays, anniversaries. Permission settings? How do I change it? Create new calendar? Birthday? Oh no, that doesn't help. Delete. Wait. Okay, that's fine. My head disassociate. Do we have any birthdays this month? I don't think I'm not aware of any birthdays this month. Claude the Crocodile's hatch day. I want to make it green Kahoo crocodile. Ouch. Deals do not in fact on flight sticks, sadly so far. Damn. No, that's fair, because I feel like a lot of deals, like actually good deals, are with like clothes and not electronics. So my bad if I led you astray a little bit on that one, but I still hope that you can get one. We love you, Claude. And we hope you are okay in alligator heaven. And that you get to eat all the things that alligators do be eaten in alligator heaven. Man, that made me so sad. Selection only. Export. See stream. I have to just let's just go here and do Claude. No, just stick to my Logitech. That's old as me. Hey man, Logitech sometimes makes okay stuff. Sometimes. Yep. Remove this. That's empty. Yep. Why is there a library and why is one of them say self-help books? Don't need this. Oh. Which one? I think, oops. Overlay can go here. Segment of the fools. Except the bros can go here. Yes. I gotta go to this computer. It's okay. I didn't think it would fuck me up as much as it did. I don't know why it fucked me up as much as it did, but it did. I think I did. Today's Tuesday? Yeah, it's empty. Did you cry? Yeah. I only met him once. That's why I'm like, why am I so sad? But I think it was like the facing of like, I think all animals are babies. Well, you can tell Mom that I cried on stream thanks to her. Claude. Now I have to flip him. Transform, flip horizontal. Where did you go? There you go. Next to all the like cutie cartoony things on stream, we just have Claude, who's a hyper realistic fucking alligator on stream. Yippee. Alright, well, I totally forgot what I was doing, so that's like Poggin, I guess. Okay. I wanted to reorganize this. Oh, there is a thing in this. Dots, snap to grid. There you go. Ooh, tweak. Yes, it did. Am I near the top? Oh, Vexed. Ray's video came out today. Ray's V highlight video that came out today. Fangirls out of existence. What the fuck do you mean? I reposted to all my friends. Yay. I'm glad. Thank you for showing them to me. I really like them. And I really like their design, that they're like a siren that refound their voice. I think that's really cool. All right, I'm good. I think I can put drink more water. Do you guys think I could put drink more water star on here now? Free space, don't get canceled. We still have 28 days till I can do not get canceled. I haven't read a book and I haven't crocheted a full blanket. I don't think I really didn't do any of these. I don't think I'm gonna get a bingo this year, guys. Fuck. Fuck, chat. But I was looking for. I was ready for the I shall lurk. Have a lovely stream, button me. And if you need anything from us, you know where to find us. We love you very, very much. Makes sense. Wait, what? 20%. It was at 20%. That love that makes sense. I found her. Yeah, I think we can keep that like that. I think I like bingo card being like that. And then 20% vocal sim. Boop. I'm not that easy to tame. In the rays, I send tears and ice. Okay, let's do. Recommended media. I posted my recap, ignore the blacked out part. That streamer yelled at their dog for doing things, so I dropped them like a hot potato. No fucking sweat. See who? I don't know who you're talking about. Hee hee! Look at that. Ooh, I gotta check out Just Sarby. I should check them out. Ooh, you know what I can use? With everyone's Twitch recaps, it's gonna I'll use it as what do you call it? Ooh, fuck my brain. Sarby is pretty cool, but what was I thinking? I can use everyone as like a social experiment of taking the people that everyone else likes and makes videos on them. Dude, that's actually insanely smart. Am I smart or what? Hold on. I need one more to the left. All right, hold on. Left. Oh, I said it to the left. Sword VTubers. Just Sarby. Yo, on God, wait, hold on. I think the other one was, I think Kiwi's was in the fridge. Mew. I do have to make a video on Froggy. I think I have Froggy on here, don't I? I guess I don't. Froggy walk. Okay, hold on. I want to do that for everyone really quick. Do you pretend not to see me? How fucking dare you? Yeah, I chill with my little zooted weed head cow. Very funny and telling. Like, oh. We did one on them. I can't. A-U-Z-I-R. Oh. A-U-Z-I-R-A-L art. Lycrosgrim. Lycrosgrim. I spelled that wrong. Okay. You will all be like Grim. And then we'll do like the top 4 people. I think the other ones I liked were on here. Okay, we did a video on Rat Cousin Choops. So fun. I don't know if Choops is a VTuber though. Rizu Mayonaka. Miss Lala VT. Dead Sun Prime. I really gotta do a video on Dead Sun Prime. Finally did my old research on sticks. Pricing doesn't seem that bad for an upgrade. Oh, okay. Food consumed scrumptious. I'm very glad. We do have to do one on Penny. Scentless. Who else we got? Anybody else got Twitch recaps for me? Anyone else got Twitch recaps for me? I wish I could do it by people I follow, but you know, we do what we gotta do. If you ever run out of videos, let me know. I'm a queen of following 8.2 million people. Bet. Me, hold up, what? Well, you already saw mine. Did I see yours? Oh, dude, I have to follow this person. Follow, boop. Looks like everyone's just posting their own as streamers on Blue Sky. Kind of want to see what other people are like looking at though. You were my top 5. True. But I was just trying to see who else we got. You know, I always think my life is pretty normal and chill, but then I tell a story to one of my friends and the reaction reminds me that I have hey, it's good to not have a normal life. Let's see. Anyone else do Twitch recap? Did no one else do Twitch recap that I follow? Sino did. But I think Sino's a bit different, I think. I feel like. Oh. Did Vika Twitch recap? There you go. I thought you wanted our recaps. Oh yeah, I do. I want everyone's like top 3 people you follow. Streamer. Dude, did no one? Okay, Daedalus, give me yours. Did you post yours? Did you post yours somewhere? Oh, okay. So milkclubmedia. Oh, so who's the top number 1? I can't see who the top number 1 is because your screenshot thing is in the way. I do. Fridge. Okay, thank you, Pookie. Yomi Tiki torches. Nyomale. Okay. I got it. The Sleepy Yana. Okay, thank you. That fucks me up because that's like my real name. Okay, cool. I'm so genius. Chat. Everyone should post their Twitch recap so that way I can do some research on everybody. But this works. This works for me. I mean, I have a long list already, so I probably should do them in order to be fair, but I probably should post my thing, huh? Oh boy, I'll make sure I'll let them know they're about to be famous. I don't do that much, but if you want to let them know, I'm happy. Like a few months ago, there's this well-known abandoned lodge in the woods near me. Many rebellious visit, so I decided to fill the place with random old runes to scare them. Dark red paint. Oh, I hope the dark red paint doesn't, like, comes off. I guess it's abandoned, so I guess it doesn't super matter, but that's really cool. I would do that too. If I had the courage. I don't really have the courage. This is my streamer one. I want Twitch recap. I want my other one. What's the community one? I haven't seen the. Oh god, that's a lot in my face. I kept my mouth shut. Smart. Wait, no, save images. Can I make the canvas bigger? Document setup with. I don't know that number times 2. I almost didn't fuck up. 1760 times 2. 3520. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, it's because of this. Then you'll take all that you own, beat to the bone. My number 1 was Gordy. And then Havoc, Jersey, and then Miyu. Obviously Miyu. I never not watched my wife. But I gotta up my game. I can't up my game. Between 3rd and 4th place, there's like almost like a fucking 50-hour difference. So I gotta up my game. And for me, normal people don't think to do that. I've cooked it. Normal people are very boring. Recap. Normal people are very boring, but that's why we're not normal. Cause fuck that. Feels like an eternity. So I don't know how that works anymore. Okay. Same here. I wonder if it counts listing in as watching. Because there's a lot of stream I listen to while at work. Yeah, because, like, I could have sworn... I feel like I've watched BZ more, like, than that. And, like, I don't know, I've just lurked in more streams than I'm pretty sure I've lurked in more streams than they're telling me that I am, but it's fine, I guess. Open, reset, more. It feels like an eternity since I had you here with me. Also, my nephew is turning 1 on Friday! Happy birthday, little dude! But sounds good. Thank you for letting me know. Change the lights. Counts dual lurking. I think the tab has to be open and volume on. Okay, I guess. MLA is my number 1. Fair? Fair? Fucking fair, dude. I want the hype one. Last night, it's a starless sky. It's a hell that I call home. A long goodbye on the other side. Only life I know. I've listened to Doodle Bear more than 30 hours, so why is she not... Yeah, I guess, yeah, it has to be, like, open and, like, you're interacting. To be with you in paradise, heart I wouldn't sacrifice. Like, I've definitely lurked in Rat Cousins more than Uber Hacks or Nova at the very least. So, that is where I'm also like, Year of streaming. Oh! 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 Mute tab. That is fair. Mute tab. There you go. Does anyone want to use this? I use mostly washi tape and rubber stamps. What kind? What kind? What kind? Lowballing dudes on Facebook where to see if I can get a slick deal. Wish me luck. I wish you all my luck. All my luck. All of my luck. I don't want to make 2 posts. I just want to post 1 image. So I'm doing a little bit more work than I should. Actually, maybe I should just put this emote in there. Ah, shit, the new set already dropped? It dropped today. It dropped today, so you have not missed out on much. It dropped today. Today, it's day 1. Quick export. Twitch recap. 25. I spelled that wrong. Cancel. Nope. Teehee. Next year. Be there with me. Can't spell. I'm supposed to pick in the Discord when I get home because I was just gonna take them to a used art supply store. Yeah, show it to me, and I'll let you know. Though, to be fair, I probably have too much stuff in my house that I don't use anyway, and I should probably just let you donate it, but I kind of want to see it because I'm a nosy little dude. No, the test earlier made me hit the redeem limit. Oh, damn, really? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying to think about what to do about that. The only thing I can think of doing, Kiwi, if I'm honest, is having a day where I stream and only you get to have the the 2 extra. Okay. Upload. Let's get this done first. This is like, I'm like getting all over the place. I haven't even started. Oh, I haven't even started video editing. Special Kiwi stream. Yeah, you know what? I'll pretend to raid out and then everybody will leave and then I'll just give you the extra ones. Teehee. We'll do something. We'll do something. I'll think of something. For now, though, I gotta upload my stuff. Restart. Nope. Okay, in another dimension. This is 58. Oh, fuck. I don't know their Twitch handle. Crazy. The highlight. This one. Publish. That should go. Now we can go back to VODs. This needs to go in here. And then I need to post this on Blue Sky because I want to post it on Blue Sky. Twitch events. Hashtag Twitch recap. Hi! Hi, Aries. How are you doing? Sorry, I miss you too. Sorry, my brain is very slow today. My brain goes, oh. But I hope you're doing well. Okay, so that video is processing. So now we gotta upload the 21st. And it should be faster because it's on an SSD now. Should be no reason why it goes slow as fuck. And now. I think it's Amy now. Oh, my shoulder hurts. 21. Boop. 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 I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it go down. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna leave it on that page to make sure. That was yesterday. This was yesterday? Wait, did I actually make a thing yesterday? Thumbnails, art, December 1st. I did. Oh, shit, brother. What the fuck? I didn't realize that. Let me do that then. Images and sub. December 1st. This is today's stream title. Today is the 2nd. Yesterday, highlight. This thing on. I'm gonna move a thing on my desk. Also, remember, you could be someone's top viewer, but if you only stream 100 hours, they won't be anywhere near your top watch person. Ooh, fair. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that. That's very interesting to think about. Okay, nah. Grandfather provides our best of friends who'll never die. Everything up until here. Oh, where you belong, don't worry now, I won't steer you wrong. Today's Tuesday? Today's Tuesday. The rotten side. Yeah, I stream a lot. How have you been? I've been alright. How have you been? Just working hard. Crunching. Not how will be this one. It's not the end, no. No harm, I'll be in the end, I'll be losing charm. I will set you free. I'm riding with me, her eternity shine. There are about 5 people in my top 5 that will never stream again, but I don't watch that many people. Fair. What number is Deadly Slob? Is he number 2? Or does that not count? Cause he's like, you watch him when he's not online, right? To high, so come on now and let the rot inside. Oh, inside. Been good, just chilling, spending much time with that. I saw Oma and Appa during my last. Oh, fun. I hope it was good. Holy shit, what is happening? What is that? No! Ray! Go away! No, vexed. Oh shit, okay. Ray, Cyrena, thank you for the follow. Helta Riz, thank you for the follow. Dog Sweaters Monthly, thank you for the follow. 05 Looter, thank you for the follow. The Captain 870, thank you for the follow. Cheese the Brownie, thank you for the follow. Mecha Deathclaw, Jesus Christ, Mecha Deathclaw, thank you for the follow. Hawalian, thank you for the follow. Hi everybody. What the fuck? No, we shut them out. Chat, I know there are not as many of you in here, but we got you gotta go over there and also follow them. Go K for Bray. Hi. She's a looter. Hewelian, thank you for the follow. Dr. Dayton VT, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I like cats and cows. I do too. Howdy, welcome on in. I hope you guys are having a lovely day. Thank you for coming in. Go back to Ray now. You can go back to Ray. Don't worry about me. Thank you so much for the follow. Guys here, please go follow Ray if you haven't. They're very cool and very amazing, and they sing very, very well. Thank you for the lyric. So go over there. Go like them. Go follow them back. So that way I can not be the only one overwhelmed right now. But thank you. I'm honored. I am honored. I'm very much honored. I hope that you're all having lovely, lovely days. I kept hearing the alerts and my brain went, oh! Mount Butterfly Fox, welcome on in. Love the name. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Mission complete. Mission complete? What are you talking about? What have you done? Zodi, what did you do? Zodi? Zodi? Zodi, why'd you say mission? Hello! Hello, Megadeth Claw. I like your name, too. Your name makes me feel like I'm gonna get cut into 1,000,000 pieces. And that's kind of interesting. Recommended media. But I hope everyone's doing well. Oh my god, the hike, thank you for the follow. Aston 129, thank you for the Jesus, guys. Thank you so much for the kind sweet video words. It took me cool. Yes, of course. You can thank Vex for that. Vex has spoken highly of you, and so I have enjoyed listening to your stream VODs and clips to make your video. So I hope it made your day. What's up? What's up? Hello, everybody. Jesus. Hold on. Is that Board Stout wearing cheese. Thank you for the wallet. Welcome on in. We came in with Ray. That means a lot. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I won't do any slicing. Just here for comfy vibes. I appreciate that. Meowdy. Dog sweater monthly. Do you like dog sweaters? We're currently just organizing some stuff for content creation. You know, making videos about other people because that's what I love to do. But welcome on in. I hope all of you had a wonderful, wonderful day. It means a lot to me. Ray, are you streaming right now? Oh my god! Vexed. We should make a little guy of Ray. Oh my goodness. 95 Chevrolet Tahoe. Welcome in. Oh! I can't. They're streaming. I found you. They're live right now. Streamception. Wait. Yes. We should make a bean of them. Do you want to do that right now? We could do that right now. Look, I've caught you. I can't type. I see you. Adorable. 10 out of 10. Streamception. Put you over there. I see you. We're gonna make an audio loop feed if we're not careful. The sailors said their love and regard for our Lord Siren's Day. I love that. We see you seeing us, seeing you. Oh, he's adorable. Look at that. Look at that little bottle. Let's make them into a bean. I'll add them to the list of beans. I want to make them. They're going on top of the list though. My brain. Hello, brain. Where's my brain? Yeah, there we go. Let's do. I need to update this. So let's do Ray there, and then we did Naho and. Boop. There we go. Model's amazing, by the way. Thank you. It was made by the amazing Ozumi Wizard and Jersey BZ over on Twitter and Blue Sky. We love them very much. And if you stick around, you'll get to see more cool models and outfits and stuff. Goober. Let me pin them. Because I want. But then we'll mute it so we can stay. Pog. Okay. Cool. Are they playing Slime Rancher 2? I haven't played Slime Rancher 2. I played a lot of the first one. I hope they enjoyed this one though. I feel like all of these are like different fonts. Rowan Stipe, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Teehee. Y'all making me shy. I'm getting all shy and shit. Teehee. Blanky Star. Wazoo! Sounds good. I lurk and hang out. No problem. No problem. Have a wonderful time. Have a wonderful day. Thank you for stopping by. It means a lot. Recommended media podcast. All's tomorrow is podcast or book? It's a book. Okay. I just want to make sure that I categorize these correctly. Teehee. Thank you, Vexed. Ooh, maybe I should have you be my curator for TikTokers, or not TikTokers, VTubers, because you are very similar to me and you actually watch people and consume content. I've learned many NASA people, many people who want to be in the how do you put it, in the like media, marketing media, want to interact with social media, don't actually like social media and don't tend to use it. So it's like maybe I can take your advice on who to cover, because you actually know who's cool and shit. It's gonna bug the shit out of me. 12. Yeah, like a sunshine. Pretty much always watching someone stream. Yeah, that's why I feel like you would be a really good person to just be like, hey, what do you think of this person? Because, you know, as a streamer, as the streamer, I can only watch so many people in the day, and I really want to put those towards people I really care about. Super gay about the push. She's like a puppy. That's sorry. Yay, that's so cute. That's so cute. Ah. Someone should clip it. Someone should clip it. If you guys haven't clipped it, if you guys could clip it. It would be so... Okay, I'm saying you should clip it because I think it would be really cool if we could do a thing where it's like... You know, like... Oh, it would be so cool if we could do, like, an edit where it's like... And that's the 2025 season come to a close. Good night. And then it's all the reactions to all the VTubers that I did throughout the year. I think that would be super cute if I did that. I think that would be super cute. Obviously, it depends on if I can find the people that, if the people even stream it, but, like, I think it would be cool. Fish mess. Yeah, no, I just recognized that a lot of people that, like social media don't actually tend to watch stuff. And like I said, as a streamer, I want to support others as much as I can, and I'm doing that. I would like to say a good percentage of the time, but I can't watch everybody, and those that I do watch are people that I like, you know, kind of know, and so, wait, am I following Ray? Okay, I am. I don't know why, but I was worried I wasn't for a second, but I don't know. Vex, you might be my informant. Might make you my informant. Yeah. Go to bed and watch me disappear for days. Name pronoun names to not fuck up. Hi, Taylor. How are you doing today? I am perchance already writing a list. Yes, thank you. Hi, baby. Hello. Watch you for an equivalent of... Whoa. Don't say that. That stresses me out. That's a lot of days. Ow, 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 ow. The bonks per second. The bonks per second. I think they should all be left justified. My parents' PMO. Right now, I'll be no problem. Take your time. I'm gonna stop, get a drink, throw up in the kitchen sink. I don't wanna feel. Is this 12? This is 8. This used to be 12 then. This is 6. Yeah. I'm all good, babe. I'm fine. It's time this eeny, meeny, my. 12.5 chats an hour. Damn. 8 days. Damn. I love you guys. Thanks for watching me. Thanks for letting me be worthy of your eyeballs. That shit's crazy, man. I just barely missed the vibe. Just barely. Just barely. Just barely. It's okay. You're here now, and that's the important part. My brain is like the Adderall slowly kicking in, so my brain is slowly like, I know what I need to do today. But we are getting to it ever so slowly. Okay. I watched for 20 days. Let's go. There we go. Wait, no, I want to do it like this. And then this. Oh, nope, that won't do that. There you go. All right. Yeah, okay, they're even. What does that mean? Without attempting to select anything inside it, we'll select the group instead. Maybe I should do that then. Lock. Okay. Okay, there we go. And then daily to do, which I would like this to go down to 50%. And then this be 25%. Maybe only like 75% then. There you go. In my mind. Okay. So in my mind. In my mind. Ooh. Things in my room, I miss you all the time. Hurt myself on the internet just to see what you'll find. Things in my room, I miss you all. Make me look so easy. Because I don't know if that still matters anymore. Because they changed how it works. October will cure me. Watching these words now. Oh, 30 or 30. That's for much now. Maybe you'd kill me. Let's do. Razager Zim. Welcome on in. I hope we're having a lovely, lovely day. Thank you for the follow. Myself on the internet just to see what you'll find. Try things in my room. I waste you the time. Try things in my let's see. Did it skip my day 30? For what? For what, my dear? Are you talking about for the stream streak? Oh, I wanna die. Too soon to say what's on. Hi, Fruit Bat! Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Yeah. Did you do it yesterday? It's possible. Maybe? I hope you're doing well. Oops, caps lock goes on. You're okay. It's okay. No sweat. No sweat. I'm trying to organize up my stuff. On every alley, that's what it calls. Against the wall. Okay, I guess center is rather arbitrary, so.
Bing, bing, bong. Bing, 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 bong. Bing, bing, bong. Bing, 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 bong.
Bing, bong. Life is good, chat. Life is good. Life is good. Let's see. Let's do... I should think twice. Bing, bing, bong. Bing, 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 bong. Bing, bing, bong. Bing, 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 bong. Oh, I see what I'm doing. Okay. Nope, my brain is understanding. It says I'm on day 31. Maybe they had a miscalculation. And we are actually on day 31? Yeah, that's as wide as I want it to be. Care what people say, the rush is worth price I pay. I get so high when you're with me. Shouldn't baby when you question. You want to have a slumber party in my basement? Do I want to beat like an 808 drum? Is my love your drug? Your drug. It's just good music. Your love is my drug. Love, your love. Okie dokie. We are done discussing a lot of stuff for the working title, Backyard Brigade. I now have to do a lot of typing to sort out the GDD, but hello. Welcome on in. I'm excited. I hope you are excited. That is very exciting. New projects are always exciting, in my opinion. Okay, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Holy fuck, my basement. I'm a basement dealer. Why do I watch so many VTubers? Because you're amazing. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. Because you're cool like that? I don't know. What do you want me to tell you? I'll tell you anything. This is gonna be 12. Actually, I gotta move stuff. Move you over there. You go over there. You come down here. You go back up here. Also, because you're weeding all the bad ones out for us. That's what I say, is that it's because you're weeding out all the poo-poo people. No Genshin for 2 hours and some change. Huh? Huh? Okay, this is gonna piss me off that it's like this. So I don't know, I don't understand why that's like that, but that's okay. And then this goes from roughly here all the way to here. So a little bit after the end. So this will be daily to do. New update drop. So there's oof. No, I hope you're not too bored. I understand the importance of maintenances, I do, but man, do I get bored. True, there's some VTubers who are not the vibe. Like someone has IRL. Ew! Ew! That's fucking gross. What do you mean they have an IRL cigarette redeem? What do you mean? That's gross. What the fuck? That's actually gross. Like, listen. Are you listening, chat? I'm not one to judge. A lot of the times, it's called a smoke break. Fair, but also that's not good for you. Don't do that. That's not the vibe. Low-key crazy. But you know. Maybe this should be bigger. 12. Is this 12? It's 10. 12. No, I don't want them to be as big, so I'll do 10. That's crazy though. Cancer is cool and pog, guys. They are in fact crazy. I don't know. I've grown up around smokers my entire life. I just don't get it. Elaine has smoked before. It's not that cool. In fact, it's really not that cool. Get high, get smoked off of other things, chat. That's all I have to say for you. It's 10, dude. 1, 2. What is this? This one? This one, 2. Never said everyone I follow is sane, just saying that they aren't mean to animals. Fair. Fucking fair. You smoked before? I did. I have smoked once before in my life. And it was because my parents were like, well, we smoke, so it'd be hypocritical of us to say that you can't smoke. So if you want to smoke, go for it. And I was like, oh, okay. So I did, and it did nothing, and it tastes like shit, and my mouth tastes like poop. I stopped smoking, and even before that, it was just the odd cigar. I think that's fair, honestly. This one, yeah. The most I've smoked is like 1 drag on a cigar, and I coughed my lungs out and said never again fair. Yeah, I don't know. It's just not my thing. I don't think it's good for you. I think there's other things you could do. Oh, this is cute. I don't know if I have any tips or advice. This is very cute, Kiwi. I'm gonna make the colors a lot better, Kiwi. But, no, I got you. We got this. Used to be a smoker for 10 years. The taste just got terrible. Don't pick up the habit, kids. Don't. Yeah, it's overrated. It's overrated, honestly. You know what you should smoke instead? This ass. I'm kidding. I don't think it's good for you. Is the understatement. Shush. I figured I'd leave the color theory to the expert. Thank you. Yeah, no, I got you. Honestly, I just do it for fun, Kiwi. Hi, wife! Guys, that's Mew! I'll kiss your ass. That's my wife. Let me shout out Mew. We love Mew. I can't wait for Mew to be my #1 streamer next year. Can I fit that ass in a bong? Bet. Chop me up. Put me in a bong. Maincoow first merch is a maincoow bong. Maincoow bong when? Maincoow bong when? The phone, I feel ya. Please let me uncheck it. Please let me uncheck it. Please let me uncheck it. Thank you. Is that my 3rd most watched streamer? My #1 reason why I avoid smoke is because it heavily reduces your sense of taste. Oh, that is so fair. And you can't be doing that if you're going to be a cook, right? That makes sense. That makes sense. Boop. Boop. I can't. Why can't I click on things? Boop. 12. I can't see because I fucked this one up. There we go. Oh, poor Pixels is sneezing. Front brain. And then we have enshrined, video editing, and then we only want this to be 9 across. Oh, no, cooks have the highest amount of smokers for pretty much any jobs because, oh, ooh, fair. Interesting. I didn't know that. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I would like it to be a whole 9, though. It just starts there. We could do it like this. And then scoot it over 1, and then also make these smaller. Make these 6. Not all states have worker protection laws. That's fair. And the only reason you can after 2020 is because food service industry had a very high death rate during COVID. Ooh, no, that's fucking fair. I didn't think about that. But still, you know, I don't think it's good for... It's not good for you to do both in general. So, like... Let's say you beat Froggy Lock by almost 40 hours. Damn! Kiwi, I don't know if you were here for the science experiment, but I'm using everyone's, I'm using everybody's, Twitch recaps as a social experiment to not have to do research on VTubers and just take what everybody else has been watching and just use that as like yeah, that's who I'll cover. Because I'm a genius. My state has 0 mandatory work breaks. What do you mean, 0? What do you mean 0? What do you... They want you to do die? What do you mean? How is that still a thing? I thought that was, like, not, like... I know Pixels mentioned it, but it's just, like, really hard to believe that, like, places still don't care about people that work... Like, what is this? The fucking industrial era? Get no breaks, and it's fully legal. Remember, not all states have human rights, too. The humanity, guys! I'm so confused. Nope. No federal break law. That makes no sense to me. Debut. Video. Stinger. milkclubmedia. Create plushies. Create or update. Update subcharms. And then I'm gonna update subcharms till March, and then at that point, because I don't really go into the programs that make the subcharms and stuff all that often anymore. Blind box creation. Common, rare, legendary. Check sub charm. Subs for sub charms. Pop music, video. The suitcase. The disco. Forget about the rat race. Let's shake hands. Do up. Do up. We do up. 6. Okay. Music. Everybody talk about. Move. Oh, that's a separate. Pop music. Stay within the shoe shine. No tub. I should have separated these differently, but that's okay. Talk about pop music. Talk about pop music. Do it. Do. These are future plans. Music in the world, wherever you are, to the street. Some names. Okay. Music. Talk about pop music. Should we do up? Alright, I threw together a quick little video, but I need more organization when I'm less sleepy. No problem. Thank you, Vexed. I love you, Vexed. Thank you. I appreciate you more than you know. But if anything, I can organize it. I mean, that's kind of what I do, so no sweat. But thank you. It means a lot. 3D art. 2D art. I think other stickers. Merch. Other. I think other and merch can go in the same one, if I'm honest. Let's do that. Friendship bracelet. Subathon reward. Add stuff to toolbox. Discord channel. It's not art. It's not art. Shake it to the max. Merch. She love. Bad man, she love. Bad man, she love. I thought that was like over one. Merch. Stickers. Expectations are high, but I am short. Immeasurable, and my bones are ruined. Require constant relation in order to silence intrusive thoughts. Be goober, be better. Oop. Okay. Oh, this is like editing stuff I need to do. I don't know what a front brain, side brain. 'Cause these are things I still think about, but I don't think about maybe daily. So, add more websites to the Discord toolbox channel. Go to the max. Go on, bend your knees and shake it to the max. Side brain. Okay, this. Oops. Stickers. This can go down to 11. Oops. Put that down to 10, actually. Let's do 10. I like 10. Oop. Can't type other. That's weird. I got you guys. Give me 10 seconds. Oh, sweet. Add to queue. I added it to the queue. What Songify? You not connected? You're not. Settings. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, you're not connected to Spotify. I'm stupid. Okay. I forgot to... It's weird. Apparently, I can have Songify open on my main computer and not on the streaming computer, and it still works. But I'd rather have it on the stream computer because that makes more sense to me. Please don't make me con. Okay, you know what? We're gonna take over Chateau. Living in a captive. Still say YOLO. Why is it not copying? Copy. I got my therapist to use the word tism today. It was very good. It was very nice. What the fuck? Spotify. There you go. I don't wanna. Contissimo. Nope. Nope. Link. What do you mean it's not correct? http://127.0.0.01 dish. And even though you have one, which directory you are, it should be 127.00. Yeah, it should be this one. Invalid client. Yeah, I was saying 5 ever to boot. Are you playing it? Are you emulating it? Client ID? Oh, cause I'm stupid. It's cause I'm stupid, chat. And I can't read. I'm using my Switch. Ah, fair. Maybe it's taking a while cause it's just can't handle your magnitude. Where's my chat gave me songs? Okay, there you go. Cool. Songify should be set up now. Which makes me happy. Okay. Oh no! I thinks I have the open. It's because I had such good luck. That's what I'm saying. I can't handle your magnitude of luck. I wanna feel. Be real. Something real. Do I belong? Let's see. Jake the dog. VTuber. Key jingle. Redeem. Live 2D. Inform you and I. Serena. I can't spell Serena. Ellie cartoons. Big nose bug. I have another set that I have to write down as well. Candy bowl. Lactate. There we go. That's not what I wanted. Okay, that works. There you go. And to use them back and forth. When you came up short. I really want to score. I wanted you so badly. Getting anything you asked. Ooh. It's It's already 5 o'clock and I haven't worked on a single video, dude. Fuck. It's okay. I go to Blanky Star if that one's bigger. That works. Want you so badly, done anything to make you happy. Want you better family. Give a fuck when you have me. Well, I guess you fumbled the bag early. Does this sound like Bender to you? It's Bubba Graham. What? This might. Oh. But no, it's Bubba Graham that's singing. That's very locked in today. Locked in on the silliest of things, in my opinion. But things I would have had to do nonetheless. Pipe my shiny metal ass. True. Don't deserve me. On the bag on you. Baby. I don't. You never did. Ever had. It's Bubba Graham, it is. On the list to the right here, sound like Bender singing soul funk. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it, honestly. Ew. Why are you 100%? Don't be 100%. Don't be 100%. Blind my eyeballs. There you go. Okay, so we have BLT ideas. I'm gonna call it BLT wardrobe. And then we're gonna call this accessories. And then we'll change this to googly eyes, because that's something that was asked for. And then these are hotkeys. Control. Can't see. Okay. Control Alt 2 hat. Control Alt 3 held item. Let's copy this section. C4 is sit. 5 is uppies. Which I don't even know if that still works. Let's check. Uppies. Nope. Okay. Fair. 6. Chest ice tone. 7. Whole chicken. Chicken. 8. Outfit? Do you have an outfit right now, Guilty? I don't think you do. You just have your hat, right? Oh. I don't know if you have an outfit toggle anymore. Oh, right, I have to be over here. You should have your hat. Which I need to give you a Christmas hat. Speaking of uppies, yeah, BLT, the little guy that's at the top right holding currently a Minecraft chicken, he can have uppies. Hat. See, he puts his arms up and then he puts them down. It's supposed to happen when you say uppies, but because I have a new streaming setup, he doesn't do that anymore. because I forgot to fix that. But I'll fix that again later. Call to actions. What size is this? 12? 12 and 12, really? 18? Kind of like 18. Sweet. Yeah, I try to do a lot of fun integrative stuff here, but I'm a little lazy. Especially because I'm now streaming off a laptop. But does this work?
Lizard.
Hey, that works though. What about this one? Wait, does this one work?
Do it.
That one works too. I probably should have tested that stuff like days ago, but it's okay. 12, 18, 18, 12, 14. No, yeah, I want that to be 14. Because if that's 14, then I can do a little bit, then I can see it better. Again. I'm Elaine, your daily motivation. Also known as maincoow on all my socials. Okay. Thanks, Elaine. Thank you, Taylor. Thank you for being a sweetie pie. Can I italicize this? I can italicize the whole thing. That's not what I... Wait. There you go. Because we are affiliated with advancedgg. Hat ideas. I should make a new hat. Hat ideas. A sweetie pie who moi? Yes, you. A goob. Blinky star 6. Your life. I love this one so much. Cogito ergo sum, more like cogito ergo cum. I love that one so much. I gotta get that on a shirt. I don't really care if I fall. I really care if I fall. These two can be same. Robe. Stream ideas. Ink tiger. Korean tiger logo. What happened to your life? Anything. I think we'll just do that like that. And then I'm gonna have these in here. Like this. This will go up here. This, oops. I'm up here. There we go. Oh, what is this? There's Blinky Star. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, I meant this one. Oh, 15. As a confident baby. Oh gosh. Is this not 12? It is 12. Aw, it's because of... Nah, okay. Swish. Info. No, confidence, baby. Was a confident baby. Make each star, make it 6. She knows, I think she knows. Hierarchy. Oh. This is recommended. This one is events. Names to not fuck up. Oh, she's driving me crazy. Daily to do. Stream stuff. Stream stuff goes on top. Should have said this and I should have said that. There you go. How they fit. Oh, not confident, baby. BLT wardrobe stream ideas monthly. I think I actually want this one here. TDR, 39, brain thinking hard. BLT wardrobe. Let's put BLT wardrobe here. I have lost a thing. Not that. Where is... Okay, that's fine. I want... Let's see, we could do wardrobe and stream ideas. Let's do that. We can have them be separate. Let's see, news reporter Eldridge. Pog. I don't like it anyway. Oops. Oops. How'd you guys get underlined? Oops. And then I want this one to be re-debut. Prep. March 23rd. Like food be my ice cream. Magical, baby. Nope, 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 nope. I love pressing the wrong buttons. Please. Goals. Alien isolation. Crowd control Minecraft. Hello Puppets VR is... I'll put question marks next to the ones I'm not sure about. And then... Why are you all underlined? It's like every time I look away, something else gets underlined. Be my ice cream, let me all your blue jeans. Movies. Two. Okay. What you know, my life's gonna feel like Blinky Star. Okay. Let me remove that guy. Oops. 266. And then to-do list. Oh, I fucked that up. I fucked that up. Hi, Lady Ace! How are you doing today? Thank you for coming in, and thank you for the boop. I'd be having a wonderful day. Oh my god, I think it was after you came in. Oh my god, Fruit Bag got Krampus! What do you guys think of Krampus? Oh, I had to put the bean bag! Ooh, fuck. I will do that after this. I have to do the new card. But I will do that in a second. I saw the cookies that you made! They're so cool! I think that's fucking amazing! Short channels, make TTS bot. Trailer video, animate starting screen. Ending screen, new lore, animate stinger. Thought those were sick. Of course. Gotta says it how as I sees it, and that's how as I sees it. Okay. Okie dokie. Which one did you like the most? Let me go look. Oh my goodness. Something just came across my let me go look. Hold on. It's okay. Like shit. Two. Silly fan art coming soon. Did you tag me on here? No, you tagged me on Blue Sky. Deep in the night to come and grab you. Not that one. It's this one. Because I love the ponytail and the outfit on this one. I love the face and the hair on this one. I love the outfit on this one a lot. And I like the vibes of this one. I think my favorite is a tie between Strawberry Cream Cabaret Cookie and Miss Cerulean Cloudburst Cookie. I'm a sucker for blue, but I love how the hair is in this one. I like them. I like them a lot. Do you have a favorite amongst those ones? Dun, dee, dun, dun. Bum, dee, dum, dum. Why did you do that? Don't. Miss Cerulean Krause is a drag queen. Oh my god, no wonder I love it. It'd have to be Pepper Jam. That's fair. That is fair. The vibes are off the charts with that one. But I like them. They're cool. Have you ever thought about like opening commissions to like do something like that? I don't think I have a lot of events a lot of the times. I could do it like this instead. Bum tee dum bum bum tee dum dum tee dum tee dum. I would rather just draw for free. That's fair. No, that's completely fair. That's how I feel about like my milk beans, to be honest, is like, yeah, I could always like do commissions on them, but I'd prefer to just make them. More fun that way for me. And it's also less stress. I feel like it's less stress when you do it that way. Ooh, I can make this the completed games. You say that maybe you've been thinking of me and trying to love me, pretty little baby. Hoping that you do. You can ask for flowers. I sit for hours, swelling out the bluebirds. Billy Coobirds, pretty little baby. So in love with you. Boop, boop, boop. Advanced days are fun to love. I'm not even done yet. I have these to do as well. Me at the car hop or at the pop shop. Take me at the moonlight. Daylight, me little baby. So in love with you. Okay, so these are video editing. But oftentimes I host raffles for whenever I make Cookie Run Kingdom OCs. That's what I plan to do now, and I'm back. Now that I'm back making them, but I did put all them on hold because I'm drawing a veil. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Have you been having fun with that? Does it tickle your fancy? With you. I have to split this into 5. How do I do that? Ooh, I don't know how to do that. Okay. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 times 4. 9 times divided by 5. 7 and 0.2. There's 7. 2. Like this. So it looks like they're going to type the wiggly type of character model like Party Animal does. Yay! Yippee. I'm glad. That would be my choice. Oops. Rock that body. From the bottom of top. A lot of brain that I don't think is there. That's why I write it down, so it's not actually in my brain right now. It's just, you know, which we learned is called active ragdoll. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, well, you can't. 2, 2, 3, 4. 2.5. 2.5. That's not gonna work. So 1.5. No. How do I evenly space these? Range. Align. There we go. I'm just gonna get, this one's gonna get short bus a little bit, but that's okay. Like it won't. Wait, how come it did that like that? I'm gonna do what you like. Boop, 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 boop. Align. Oops. Align. Distribute. Okay. Well. So I'd rather not. I wanna rock your body. 38 to 46 seconds. Ooh. I have done goofed. Okay. This one. I feel like I want to do like a checklist. Like checklist and tips. Oh, I have an idea. Elaine has idea. I'm just gonna put this up here for now so I can look at these two. Highlight. And then we can take all these guys. Rock right now. I wanna rock right now. I wanna rock right now. Oops. It's not. Oops. Okay. Subtitles. Okay, we're gonna make this all blinky. Star. Oops. And then we're gonna make this all 6. Run out. I need you. I need you. Come on now. No, let's see you. What did I make? 12, 10. 12, 10. No, it's hard to see you when I'm right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get me font V4. No, I don't need you, but I miss you. Come here. I don't know if this matters anymore. Say now. Yeah, I don't think this matters anymore because we had the preset the way that we do. Like you harder than most. Subtitles font. In the month, we've been acting kind of crazy. And we judge each other till we go insane. Probably shouldn't do this. We already been through this. That's fine. Oh, it's hard to see you when I wish you were right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to thinking we could never be a pair. Oh, no, I don't need you, but I miss you. Come here. Oh, it's hard to see you when I wish you were right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to thinking we can get off the thinking. Oh, no, I don't need you, but I miss you. Come here. You know, he loves me. He holds me tight. He lets me go. Okay, that's good. Say that you're sorry. The end of the night. Up in the morning, everything's alright. Sorry, holding me tight. I need to worry. Oh, it's hard to see you when I wish you were right here. Oh, it's hard to see you when I'm everywhere. Oh, it's hard to thinking we going up to sinking. No, I don't need you, but I miss you. Come here. Oop, oop. 6. There you go. I'm just gonna move these down. Everybody sucks. Everybody does. Everybody. Fuck. Oops. Oop. There you go. Everybody. Do you know? Roll for fun. Vibe and shine. Silent pornography. Choking chicks and sodomy. Shit gets on your TV. Violent. Oh, thank you for the head pat. Chicks and sodomy. Subtitles. B stars. Did you know 39, 320? 39. No, this is full. May I hold your tail for you, milady? If you like. You don't have to, though. I don't mind holding it. Bureau Cobb. Did you know? Topic. Did you know? And then topic. Oh, I put a star there, that's why. Pornography. Oh my god. Oh wait, I can just do this. So violent pornography. Choking chicks and sodomy. That's right, so B-roll crop. I think I just need this. Also, my year recap came back and you were my favorite streamer as I watched your stream the most. You don't have to put it in quotations. I know I'm your #1 star, Rhino. Wink. I'm kidding. But thank you. That means a lot to me. I like hanging out with you too, buddy. Oh, fuck. Keep fucking it up. 6. There. This is not 8. I felt it in my bones. Okay, there. So non-stop disco. 78. 420. 131. 131. My phone is buzzing. I have to check it in a second. Six. Right. Credits. Oh, this one has credits though. Subtitle font. Credits font. Do not bold it because it looks bad. We'll underline this though. And this will be Proxima Nova Bold. Boop, 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 boop. That's not what I wanted. Then content creation. No! A moment of silence. Rest in peace. May their stream return. Ooh. There's you. You're enough. What that is? Why is this italicized? The rest of it isn't. That is 10. Hmm. Hmm. Hold on. It's like how this one sits. Yeah, you know I'm editing notes. Slow now, slow now. You know I love to get on my lows. Every time I talk, I choke. Essence of what explodes now. Oh no. YouTube notes. Understand. Loading now. So sing, anticipate. So it feels to slip away. I don't know, I don't know when I just go home. It's alright, I'll go all night, I'll go home. It's alright, I'll go all night. Yeah, you know I love to get high on my lows. Yeah, you know I'm up to get high. I'll just see what that is and then I'll keep it or I'll remove it. Until the heart explodes, I'll slow down. I love to get high on my lows. Fuck around and lose control. Ew, go away. Stop. Bruh. Go over there. Fasting way too soon. Cold as it's running down my spine. Oops. We'll see. I know where I'm supposed to be. It's alright, I go all night, I won't go home. Okay, and this will be not this anymore. Be centered. Tier 1. This is important to have vibe supporter. No, I love to get high my low. Every time I talk, I choke. Moment of silence successful. Did it work? Are they back? 1, 2, oops. 1, 2, 3. 1. I don't know if that's great. But how do I split this into 3 even sections? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And 3. Oh. 1, 2, 3. 3. 1, 3, 1. And this one, 3, 1. A name to the streams. Images align horizontal. And won't you come? Wash away the rain, black hole sun. Won't you come? Won't you come? Two is 5. In my head. Black hole sun, won't you come? Special goodies. Nothing else has an exclamation point. Don't. One says thank you for your prayer. Of course. Of course. That's what it is. D&D wood. Bruh. Please. It's the last one, and then I can actually work on stuff I'm supposed to work on today, please. Please. D&D writing ideas. D&D/writing ideas. Oh, left. Okay. This can be 8. Bold on. Oh wait, no. Underline. Center. Will just disappear. And then this can be 8. Center that guy. Sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Like, oh, won't you come? There we go. How did I do this? Oh, I see. Boop. Boop. That being 10 is fine. 6. Actually, let's do this as 8. And then I can make everything else 6. Oh no. Did your cute emote, Taylor? Ooh, I want one of those. If I had another emote, I'd pick that. Okay, so Daily to do names, all the stream stuff, daily to do. Which are you? F2 content. Fuck the artist of this song, but I really like this song. Oh, Patreon. Oh. Wait, no, I did this wrong. Remember me. Patreon info. That's not me. I wanna be more than a memory. Let me fall asleep. You. All right, that's good. Remember me. Fuck on. I want this to come in here. Time. Bruh, moment. What happened? What happened? Don't sent me a laugh emoji and blocked me. What the fuck? Damn. Fuck him. Fuck him. Probably wasn't even a real set. Probably wasn't even real. Probably the thing that he was selling wasn't even real anyway. Actually, this is going to be art study. Art study. Dun, 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 dun. And then this is art study. And this one is my idols. I'll make it blue. Boop, 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 boop. Peepaw Kent Rollins. Wait, I want this to be like. Is this locked? It is, that's why. Okay. What? Okay. Scott Victor. Wanna come party with you? One more down. There we go. We're still working on my idols, but you know. And then weekly things I want to put somewhere else. Oops. Oh my god. Did you move? Don't move. Oh my god, please. Blinky Star, where are you? Oh, no. I don't know where to go. I think it's in my daily to do. Is it locked? Hmm? Oh, 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 oh. Whoop, whoop. What is this? Why can't I move this? What? Huh? Bruh? Okay. Brain. Weekly Saturday raid. Thank you. Thank you. Weekly. Actually, I could put weekly with monthly, I think. Okay. Weekly. Never. Great, thank you. Alright, that's a 6. I think I should make this a slightly different color. So that way I remember. And then me copying and pasting this should still be the same, right? Right? Twitter? Yes. Okay, cool. Discard. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. And now I can just boop, boop. And then what if I locked these groups and then I went here? Okay, cool. That might be better if I just lock everything in these. Boop. Title, bingo card, vocal sims, recommended events, daily to do, stream stuff, content creation, Patreon. This is writing ideas. And then my idols. And it should go, what was it? Recommended events? Art study. Names not fuck up my idols. Daily to content creation, Patreon. Okay. And I've done it. Elaine is reorganized. Oh, I can do one more thing. There you go. Tensions. Okay, enter this one. Null. And then V highlight. V did you know? Vibe and shine. Oh wait, it's like enter, isn't it? Well, enter. I don't know what it is. It's fine. I'll just do it from here. Boop. Create a thumbnail for Mimesy's collab. Create promo for Fishmas. Okay. Should I want to do glaciers. This isn't here. I have pure ref in here because I just spent like an hour at the least organizing my pure ref, so I think that dignifies that it can have its own logo in here. Yeah, I don't want the name of it. Affinity. I don't know what else I was doing today. What else did I do today? Have I really been streaming for 4 hours and I've done nothing? Have I been streaming for 4 hours doing nothing? There's no way. I've been streaming for 4 hours and doing nothing? Uh-oh. Ooh, shit. That might be the case. Fuck. 24, 25th. Okay. 21, 24. Okay. Have I really not been doing anything? That's unfortunate. Okay. Reuse part 1. 24th upload. No. Public. I have to go to the restroom. Frick. I didn't realize I was doing absolutely nothing. Cool. I'll be right back. I am back. Oh, we can go on a chalkboard? Yeah, the chat box is a chalkboard. The current chat box is up on top. And it is also a chalkboard. It is just a thin chalkboard so we can have more real estate for things and stuff. Oh, I have something I just reminded myself that I wanted to do. Wrong computer. Front brain. Stream fix. Neat. Or I guess I'd rather call it maintenance. Tenants. Stream avatars can't run with Steam games. VTuber no longer can do mouse tracking. Unless, which I actually kind of want to look into that really quick right now. Software to mirror mouse on other computer without clicking. Excuse me. Made for a backyard brigade, but I don't know if I have the free time for it. Maybe I can get something done over Christmas break. Yeah. What's this one? I wonder something though with synergy. Manage computers. Computer preferences. Enable have duplexing. I just want. How do you mirror one mouse and keyboard to multiple computers and multiple instances? Admin. Text and image, copy paste, text and image. Update available? Whoops, don't click that, don't click that, don't click that. How do I mirror mouse? Share one mouse. What if I just want to duplicate one? Like, what if I just wanted to move? Okay, hold on. I need to ask Milk Curd. Is there a software where I can mirror the exact mouse position on two computers, but not have it register the mouse clicks? Then when I use its own mouse snaps to that one for interaction. Borders, desk flow. Any other cursor on both machines so I at the same point. So work on server clients. Shows a cursor at those coordinates. Mm-hmm. Given how common multi-VC workloads are these days, it's surprising that. Maybe draw the custom cursor overlay. Sure. Okay, new. Can you find a program that can mirror my mouse position? Different computers. The inputs at all. Says on-site mirror input broadcast mouse gestures. And for controls when controlled. Stop this computer from sleeping. Switch with double tap, drag and drop files. Pet rat stole my bread. No! It's okay, you can get more bread. They're just baby. Input directors. Is that what they said? Just try input director? Input director enables a control multiple windows using keyboard mouse attachment to switch the control between systems. How can you move the cursor? Input director last. Sweet. So this is the same thing as what I have, though. Which is interesting. I don't know. He going in timeout. No more free roam. No! No! No more free roam for the little mouse. No! Strength. Yes. Yes. Interesting. No configuration. Biting. Okay, I want to check something. Oh my gosh. Took my King's Hawaii roll not sponsored. This is a light sentence. Fair. I do also like King Hawaiian rolls. Okay. I don't feel I ignore. Accept, install. Close, yes. System add. There's an add button, and then we have that port. Oh, okay. Wait, what? So just scan. What's name? I'm hiding. I ignore. What? What? Hey, what though? A rat jumping away from you with a roll bigger than this head is a hilarious sight, I'm sure. Click the add button to open the system. Make sure the other computer has the input director running and click the scan. What? Huh? Scan? I'm alert. My tummy's hurting. Might be a stomach ache, so I'm going to bed. Have a good night, Lady Ace. Thank you for the lurk. Oh, too much. Cancel. Wait, I think I fucked up. Using the input director on the system that will act as a director, the primary host, click Client Systems on the left side panel and click this window. Click Add to the button and open the configuration window. Please make sure your other computer input director have the input director and then click Scan Network for buttons. Okay, this one. Choose and then click OK. How do I make it different? Right. File. No computer can take allows computer to take control. Oh. Wait. What? Line is confusion. Scan network. Choose the system something finally. Okay. Type in the AK or the IP address of the computer. Click OK on the host name. Okay. So instead of the host name, enter the host name or IP address. Yes. Oh, I'm confused now. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay. Disable different. Okay, now I think on here. Open recent. Begin mirroring. But can I make it? Ooh. That's weird. Okay. Let's turn. Let's. Ooh. Okay, it's not mirroring anymore. Okay. Let's exit this for now. Keyboard, mouse only, automatically mirror, absolute mouse movement, mirror mouse. Might be something in here. Allow these computers to take control. Allow the subnet to take control. Allow any computer so that is directed to shut down, do nothing. Synchronize the system with the director. Keep this awake. Global permissions. Clipboard is fine. Copy paste enabled. Remember screen edge disabled choice. Hide the cursor when switching away from the system. Keep the cursor visible. No mouse is attached. Okay. Now we have the new question of if we can have it. Can input director ignore mouse clicks? Clicks don't switch to or affect the client. Clicks entirely. So pass mouse events, movements, and click to the mouse machine. Whichever client is active, ignore clicks would defeat the core function. Force mouse clicking. Have you done food yesterday? I have not. Do you want me to do it? Use assistant's keyboard when directing immediately on time. Cursor transition immediately. Don't allow transition in the corners. Synergy off. Oh. Oh. Perchance. Okay, I'll do it right now. And then I have to work because I'm getting very distracted. Oh, soup. Soup. Potatoes, bamboo shoot, lentils, turmeric, chili, cumin, garlic, ginger, onion, tomatoes, oil, black-eyed peas, salt, cilantro. Ooh, curry combination. Every fucking place has curry, but I don't know what kind of potatoes, bamboo shoots. China, because of bamboo shoots? Borders China. Fuck. China. It's like west of China? China. Okay, wait. Pakistan, maybe. I can't spell. Warm. What? Is it India? I swear to God if it's India, dude. Borders? Is it Bangladesh? Bruh. No. I'm going further away from it. What do you mean? Is it Nepal? I am getting cocked here, but I did. Also, I don't know. Also, because I talk about you so much, you appeared on my friend. Yes! Yes! I love you, Fruitbat. Thank you. Thank you. Mwah. Girl, it borders India and China. Listen. It's a very small amount that it's not bordering because of India. Okay, it's so small. Bullshit. Okay, let's see. Ooh, rice. Okay, fish slices, water or broth, ginger, white pepper, salt, tofu, vegetable tomatoes, evaporated milk. Oh my god. This dish features tender fish slices simmered in light, clear broth, often flavored with vegetables like tomatoes, leafy greens. The delicate flavors are complemented by ingredients such as tofu. So this is pho adjacent then, but it mainly adds fish. Where's pho? Thailand? Warm? Where's Thailand? Thailand. Warm. Philippines? Warm. It's between Philippines and Thailand. In what way? Southwest. South of Thailand. Is it Singapore? Pho is Vietnam? Shh. Singapore. What about Singapore? I can't. Saminga? Singapore? It wasn't that bad, Vexed. Wasn't that bad. Wasn't that bad. S'mores! Is this United States? Yay! Thailand. Singapore borders Malaysia. It does. It's so tiny though. It's so tiny. Maybe it's because it's separated by a mass of water. Because it looks like it's separated by a mass of water. Maybe that's why it doesn't count it, because it's not connected physically by any land mass. Yeah. Maybe it's because it's separated by water. Because anything else that borders, like, for example, there's an artificial... I mean, but maybe that's a problem. Maybe it's because there's an artificial land bridge. Oh, you still beat me by 500 points. Oops. Alright, play it off time. Ooh, I want this one. I'm just going off of what I like. Whoa. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, why not the shrimp? Shrimp. Tom Som. Cheeto or conch fritter? Conch fritter. The two rice pudding or a trifle? I do not trust the United Kingdom. Okay. Fruit by the foot. Yeah. Burrito. Shefta or Shishtauk? This one. Red curry or bolish? Red curry, bruh. Ew! Donuts, bro! Chapsal donuts. That looks good. I beat you in that one. Red curry always. Hi, Star. How are you? Fuck. Listen, it was only one. Hold on, I gotta do something in the Minecraft server. Is it? Bit worn out, stayed late to try to finish some prints and prep for the next round of printing on Thursday. Fair, I'm proud of you. You're doing a good job. Config, no players. I'm clicking all the wrong buttons. At compact. Whitelisted. Where is compact? Close, upload. 24th and then the 25th, which is 25th. Also needs it. Oh, 25th. Let's move you to here. Okay, they said I can unopt them, so. I'm dying, chat. Okay. I'm kidding. I'm not dying. Not yet. Hi, you took my cow. How are you doing? Can't believe someone beat me to the fish. I'm sorry. You were busy. But it's okay. You can still have a fish. On the 18th was literally a second. Damn. I allowed crowdfunding. To be fair, I did allow crowdfunding. So, oopsie poopsies, I guess. You drink normal water. Oh, my cat is sleeping soundly. It's very cute. I have a question. Weird niche question. Would you happen to know of a program? And somehow you was on there? Fuck yes. No, a program that can mirror a mouse's position, but not its input on another computer. It's for tracking purposes, but if not, no sweat. Okay. But damn, I just want to play Animal Crossing. Is it still not loaded? Is it still not loaded, Vex? Oh, it's Fox. Okay, I follow. Okay. The 24th, and then 25th. We uploaded 24th? 24th, part 1. Let's upload. This can be public now. Publish. It's some RS2 Vietnam, but it's not. No, it's not. Damn. I'm sorry. 25. Do you have you modded that game at all? I wonder why it's not opening. Unless you have like maybe the first Switch, maybe? If I close this, can I still? Yeah. Okay. Same but different. Okay. Come to me. 24th, 25th is being uploaded. Going this way, feeling lucky. I'm confident. It's moving this one because 25th is being uploaded right now, so I can't move that. 26th, 27th. 25th, okay. We are caught up again. Delete. This is Wednesday. Thursday, Monday. Cool. Thursday. Okay. Monday, Tuesday. Yep. Okay, cool. That is done. Close group. Okay. Okay. This is number 12. Okay. Cool. I think I can close all of these now. This will be a lot less hectic once I get it all. Once I get used to uploading the way that I do now. Okay, cool. Video editing. Oh, fuck. I had a question for myself. I guess I can see now if it's gonna work, because I don't have Synergy on the computer anymore. So we'll see. We'll see. Oh, yes, thank God. Yippee. Yippee. Okay. Where's V highlight? I'm gonna start with V highlight today. Okay. I also want to do something on my other computer really quick, so I could stay just in case. This PC, this one. I think it's program files. Nope, it's program files 86. Steam apps, common, this one, pinned to quick access, this one, live 2D models, this one, and then folder model backups. And then this is gonna be Lane v Bridger 12 202. Okay, 1202. Yep, that makes sense. And then I'm gonna go into my model. And then X and Y. So instead, maybe we do this. Input. So that way, if I do boop, boop. Face position. Oh, wait. Does that work? I can't. Hold on. I can't tell. Okay, so that kind of works. 22. I think this is. I think that works okay. But now the other question. Bark, 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 bark. So if I do that. That works okay. It doesn't work as much as I want it to. And it's a little laggy, but that's besides the point. Oh, not that. Okay, no. Okay. Then I showed my art teacher your stream and she liked your design and thought what you're doing. Oh, that means a lot. I'm just, yay! I'm like, that's cool. That's cool. I'm glad that they like what I do. Hey, Ricky Bobby, do you not know what to do with your hands? I don't! Listen, I'm trying my best. Okay? Cardigan, okay. So it makes me upset that, like, I can't exactly have mouse tracking the way I used to anymore. But I'm trying to decide. Well, I love your pen design. Thank you. Here, I can show you a close-up while I'm trying to figure out the thing I'm trying to figure out. Cause I can't have it to where here I could just do like this. I can't have it to where it tracks my mouse anymore due to where it's on a different computer. So I forgot to show that you have Show how passive the mitts are. The length, tux, or monitor, and they jiggle. So when is the IRL pen coming out? It's literally just a Wacom pen. Because I had the artist do a Wacom pen, and then they just put stuff on it. But that'd be really cool. That'd be really cute. I wouldn't mind making one at some point. All right, so I have to decide if I want... I realize I could have just checked this in my other model, but that's fine. No, cancel. Why doesn't that work? I left it. But that takes in my blinking. Creepy crawl. What about that? I kind of like that. Let me just like... I can't see how it looks. You know what we're gonna do? Because I'm a goober and I have to see how this looks in front of me, or else I'm not gonna know and it's gonna bug the shit out of me. I'm gonna do this. This one. Here. Double. So I really need to see this. Okay, Levi's. Actually, bring the mini back. I feel like basing it on the eyes would be better. Or I guess the head? Head X? Face X angle. Yeah, and then the face. Face Y angle? But now it no longer does the cool click. It's not taking in that input anymore. Because my mouse does a little click when I use it, but... I mean... one other thing. Yeah, I think that's okay for now. Otherwise, I think our problem is just... Power toys can do that? Nope, come back. There's an issue where I want to be able to track my mouse, but also use a separate mouse. Different Bluetooth mouse for Okay. It is now almost 7 p.m. and we're just now getting into making videos for today. Fuck yeah. This one. Should be done with my video for class night 2. Fuck yeah, I'm proud of you. For her. Oop. Hand in wrong place. I think I could crop that a little bit. And then bring this back. Boop, boop. Say... Boop. There is a breath here that I have to remove. Scandalous. Scandalous. It's not what I expected to be said there. Okie dokie. Boop. Okay, Twitch. Twitch, Twitter, VGen. So. To the wonderful creative. Boop. Whoa, motion. It is very much so. What do you mean it's very much so scandalous, though? What does that even mean? Okay, now let's do video editing. Highlight, we locked. Lock everything. Now we can grab the clips. Ooh. Okay, it adds it, so it adds it to the queue, but it says the thing like you got it message so much slower than I want it to, but that's okay, I guess. Cropping. Oh, I wanted to check one thing, which is 0.780. Okay, that'll be here. I don't usually do bottom left anymore, so bottom center is 0.78, 12, and -672. So I don't really use these ones anymore. So I'll just mark that one. Okay. 1, 2. night. This is 70. Wait, what? Wait, what? What the? Yes. And dual streaming, but since the mouse food time. Ooh, how good food. But the mouse that it has to track is on another computer. But if it is to mirror it to the laptop, I fear it'll click something I don't want it to. 78. What was the bottom? Oh, it's like 420. If it's not 420, it's 840, 840. Let's see. Oh. 1, 2. So don't be alarmed. Apply, retain. One, two, and need this to be. I think I need this to be. It's fine. Just do previews then. There you go. Trustworthy. I don't want that for the goober line. Let's see, we have 2 shrimps? We have 2 shrimps? Yeah, we can do this one then. This one. Or should I do shrimp? I like that position, I think. Kiwi Saga arrives. I kind of want to extend this out. Kiwi is an eldritch being. And then I want to use this mannequin one. Actually, no. Yes. 1, 2. Yeah. I think here would be good. More friendly face. Let's do. I want to do this one. Link clips. Apply. We're gonna have to change the positioning to the left. Maybe zoom it in just a little bit more. One, two, cool. That can in there. I kind of want to do this demon summoning ritual one. Is she playing Pilgrim? Or is she playing Pilgrim? Kind of reminds me of Pilgrim. I don't think this is Pilgrim. Chad, I don't think it's Pilgrim. But where's the Satan circle? You like this, and then here. Oh, you're okay. Well, I didn't want to write your, but that's fine. Okay. He has a talent and an arm. We can do this one. And then I should grab it from the most talkative point. 1, 2. Maybe do this one, and then we can do this goober image. Oh, this is goober. That's okay, I think. And then apply, retain. I like this end piece. This good piece. I want this piece. And then 1, 2, gorgeous. And this piece. Okay, link clips. And then I want to get there. This one actually. I don't know if Kiwi's had's part of the design. Is Kiwi streaming right now? Yeah. I need to unmute this really quick. Just have a question. Is the fancy hat with the sunglasses and chain? Pattern. I mentioned that you Oh. Yeah, she's slump. Oh. Sorry, didn't mean to talk about you. I was asking them a question about the hat because I was like, is this an asset? Because it's not in all the clips. It's also not on the reference sheet. Okay, okay. Thank you for telling me. Guys, we need a Christmas tree. Guys, we need a Christmas tree. I just realized we don't have a Christmas tree. Guys, we don't have a Christmas tree for the Milk Club. We don't have a Christmas tree for the Milk Club. What am I gonna do? Fuck, I have to think about that now. I don't know. I don't know where to fit a Christmas tree in our stream overlay. Where do we put a Christmas tree? Might just be a general useful for you. It lets you connect multiple computers and control them for like where you can handle small file transfers as well. Power tools and official by yourself. But it all just randomly said it'll make it may not work. Cool. Cause I was trying Synergy and what's the one I'm using right now? Input director, and they are close but not exactly. We'll try later. I need to go bathroom. Do I want to make a pixel art Christmas tree? A Christmas tree? We make a pixel art Christmas tree. Or we can make one that matches the overlay. We should make Christmas decor today. Yeah, we're gonna make Christmas. I think I'm gonna be... This is what I get. This is what I get for getting sidetracked. And now I want to do 50 things. Okay, today, hold on. Okay, today we're gonna edit the 3 videos. And then create thumbnails for stuff. And then this is whatever, so don't worry about that. Actually... Can I do this like this instead? Boop. Ronald's in the Pentagon. Tried. And then... Video editing. Stream maintenance. Enshrined. McDonald's in the Pentagon. Oh, I have to go to the bathroom to this song? Okay, well. Okay, we gotta make those videos. And this is just general create thumbnails. And then create overlay crema. So we didn't do it for Halloween, and I really want to do it for Christmas because I'm really in the Christmas season this year. All right, I gotta be right back though. I really gotta go bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. My brain is all over the place today. Okay. Okie dokie. Gonna be perfect. Okay, and then I want them making art. Oh, I forgot to tell Kiwi that I was like dipping for a minute. Okay, there. Okay, but the do. Okay, and then I want an art one. This one. Two. Alright, chat. I've decided today might be a bit of a later stream. Which I try not to do, because then it's like, oh, well, people have to go to bed, whatever, and so such and such. But I got stuff. We gotta prepare for Christmas! Christmas! Christmas. Christmas. I haven't prepared enough for Christmas. 1, 2. Clips, but much more. Did I do this one already? No, I didn't. Okay, cool. Dream. Apply, retain. A little bit bigger. Gone bonkers. I like Kiwi's model a lot. Kiwi is a goober at heart. Not that one yet. I did this one? Did that one. I guess I do this one. Hi, Andrea. How are you? Welcome on in. How are you doing, my love? Spin. How you doing? I think this one should be where that's playing some horror games. Tweet this one. 1, 2. I am pretty good. I am just getting all these clips all together for this video because I'm a goober and I kind of may have used a lot of today to do things that aren't work related, which was like a bit of an oopsie. I kind of want to use this part. So I gave him a bunny garden. Link clips. Yeah. I don't know where to put. Do they have any other bunny garden clips? Kiwi! Whoa! Oh my god, it's sparkly now. Okay. Try again. Clips. Top 30 days. I think they did bunny garden recently, right? Okay, they were in baby model. Okay. Let's do maybe this one. Kind of want the model a bit more. Okay, don't be afraid to jump on into the tar pits. Do I use both of these? Use that one. I've used that one. Use this one. Music up louder. None of these have them on the left side, doesn't it? This one. There we go. 1, 2. Tar. It's tar pits. Pits. And then I think this is a newer one. So now I just gotta find a part that I like the end look of. Oh wait, at the end. Wait, what's this? Wait, can I fit that in here? Ooh, that almost fits so good. Hold on. I want to fit that so bad. So I've been thinking a lot about my getting a motorbike, right? And I ooh, are you gonna name your motorbike? Please tell me you're gonna name it though. If you get one, please tell me you're gonna name it. What color were you gonna get? Do you know what color? That sounds cool. I can't have one of those. I don't know how to drive, but I'm excited for you. It's gonna bug the shit out of me that they're there like that, so we're gonna put them here. Oh, it's gonna bug me, chat. Yarn. I want to name it, but I don't have any ideas yet. Fair. I think it's one of those things, like it's like a pet, right? When you see it, you'll know. I'm gonna put this is like here. I just gotta make sure that none of the words overlap with it. Okay. I kind of like it up here. Star! Star! I will get you! I will get you! I will get you your Christmas tree! No, that's not black, dark colors. What about like a teal? A metallic teal would be cool. Fuck yeah, dude. I didn't even know I'd get that in there. That's fucking sick. What to do? The honky tonk. Break of dawn. Eldritch. Come on, give me some good. Because this one I used already, right? Was the last person we in the ring? What did we do for you? Signal, and then... Yeah, I think that's fine. I like this one. For teal, I think it might need to be wrapped, repainted, which I might go down the line. Fair, fair. I mean, you gotta put love into it before you can spend a lot of money on it, right? Outside of the base cost, in my personal opinion. Because, like, if you get a lot of use out of it, then it makes sense that you would decorate it, see as you see fit. But if you're not going to use it a lot, you know, keeping it in pristine condition without too much, like, on it, like paint and stuff would make sense. Workspace, snap captions, snap captions. These are a couple of options, but I can't find anything specifically on mirror devices, but it's possible to jam. Desk flow, input leap. We'll try power toys first. Okay, there we go. Current text. Hold on, let me look up something. The reason why I use the font that I use is meant for personal purposes. This one is strictly meant for commercial licenses available. How much is this? Because I like Blinky Star a lot. Okay, never mind. I'll just make my own. I'll just make my own. Sounds good. So that's fine. Does this one have any tags on it? Elaine has an idea, but I don't know if I want to execute it. Not right now, Elaine. Elaine, we can't be making a new font right now. We have too many things we want to do. I'm pouting because I really want to make a new font now. This one gets a little quirky at night, so don't be alarmed. When our goofy and definitely trustworthy swamp monster. Definitely trustworthy swamp monster Kiwi Saga arrives. I think that's fine. View all glyphs 226. They really have 226. They do, but they don't have it for everything. Interesting. Interesting. Then here. Okay, cool. That works good. Oh, 0.9 maybe. I just don't want it to be too in the face. Position. That's better. Okay, cool. Cool. Oh, Chad, I want to make a new font again! Murder me. Murder me right here and now, chat. $208. 200. Okay. Hold on. Font Forge. New. Import. Downloads. Fonts. What is Blinky Star? Fonts. It's either up here. Nope. That means it's just. What? Sort by here? Huh? Oh, these are acting as the same. Ah, that makes more sense. This is an OTF. Okay, yeah, I get it. Okay, cancel. Font. Steps for creating a font. I don't want to make it in the program though. I think I usually do it through here. And then create a template. 200. How many? I don't remember how many. There's only 75. Okay. Can you do it by importing font creation, creating glyph, create outlines, importing a glyph from Inkscape, Illustrator, Vector? Next. Creating a glyph, importing. Can you do font affinity to font forge? Ooh. Let me see this. Okay. And then they export each layer. And then they make the new font. Okay. But then they're importing it like one by one, which is not what we want to do. Can I import it? Interesting. Okay, I just want to test it then. Font forge template. Font glyph creation. Okay. Okay, let's do this. And then we're going to make a text frame tool that is spanch this whole area. Head up to the sky. Let's do an A. And used recent. I don't have it favorited. Blanky star. We're gonna center it. We're gonna center it. Make it as big as we want. Okay. So we're gonna make physical spacers. Remove this one, make this red. Up to this guy. We're gonna make this like this. Okay, sure, that works. So this is the borders, which I don't know if they'll actually matter at the end of the day. And then we're gonna make a background pattern. A new frame of mind. It will be gray. Be 1024 by 1024. Boop, boop. Through the sky. Okay, so walk. Maybe this will be like 25. Okay. Now I'll do another video. Did you know 27? But I'm also gonna go back and forth. Would I also like to make a in main font? Okay. Okay. Okay, I see. Okay. So not that super matters. Why is it the stabilizer sucks? 15? Let's make it thicker. Let's do vector. Let's do this one. Sweep. I should probably do it with my pen tablet, huh? The more I think about it. Okay. I like that. Okay. So now I want to scale it. What time is running out? Does any of this matter? I don't think so. Baby. And then if I go to vectors, convert, nope, vector, no, it's vector, expand stroke. And then I took this guy, I kind of want to look at the navigator. And then I took this guy, and went like this. It's a little bit much. Actually, I think that's not so bad. But then I want this to come down and this to come down. So the better way to do that one would probably have been to just wait. Yeah, I think that's okay, right? And pixels, vector, expand stroke, these two, and then merge. Is this one necessary? Clicking all the wrong buttons, okay. Maybe these two could get curved in. I don't like super sharp fonts. Are you quiet when there's no one else around? Okay, so how do we like this one more now? We don't feel the same. Do you harp about? And then if we took this one and then used this one. No, not really. Okay. Well, we'll do the next video and then we'll decide what we want to do. Timeline, this one, create. Through an arrow through my heart. Do this one. Can't rotate it, huh? That's cute. That's hella cute. But that's not what I was going for. I don't know. How do I write my A's? I guess like that. And then we can just rotate them. And staring through the unrequited, terrifying love. Insane. From the start. And then vector expand stroke. This guy. Actually, let's combine them. And then I guess just make these ones smoother. Do I like that more? But this one's cute. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Very wet. Bones. Night. Spongy. Oops. Sounds. Me in your arms tonight. Me from okay, this could be trimmed a little bit. I think this could use less than and then do. Oop. Tweet pupil out. And this gets cut there. This gets cut here. Those get locked. Ooh. I have an idea for this. Boop, boop, boop. Huh? I see. Okay. Boop. Oh, bang! Our POV, I'm at your door. Ray, welcome on in. How was your stream? Oh, my computer's dying. Oh, it's dying. Oh, it's dying. Oh, why are you dying? Stop dying. Hello, welcome on in. Oh, Drawmanot, thank you for the follow. Pyro somebody, well, thank you for the follow. And Flamorion, thank you for the follow. And thank you for the wellness check. How's it going? How was stream? I'm drinking water. How was Slime Rancher 2? Did you have fun? I played the first one a lot. I quite like that one, but I haven't gotten around to the second one yet. Do you like it? What is your favorite slime? But flamed in my job. Oh, thank you for the save check. I will save. Drink lemonade. I don't have any lemonade. I don't have any lemonade. The mighty Zoltar, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Hope you enjoy your stay here. Hi, was so fun. Saw you're still on. I had to stop by again. Also, I love so many slimes, but honestly, honey slime is so cute. Fair. Drink milk. We're made of milk. We're made of milk, you goob. But welcome on in. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so, Ray. Your health is the most important to me. So please go and get rest if you need it. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out while I make TikTok videos and get sidetracked because there's like 50 things I want to do. My soda stream is coming tomorrow. Did you get flavors for it? We were getting distracted because I want to make a font. Look at how nice this A I wrote is. That's such a nice A. But it's not goobery enough. And so this is a font I like. It's called Blinky Star. We were looking at it earlier. I really like this font. It's really cute. And so I kind of want to make something like it. And then this is an A from a font that I made using my own handwriting. But then I made this A and it looks so fancy, but I'm freaking because I want goober A. I want a goobery font because I have a goober handwriting. And I don't know. Thanks again for being so. I'll be looking along. I can't while I do some self-care. Nice. Very nice day. Thank you. Have good self-care, Ray. Came with 2 flavors. I don't remember what they are. I just want to try those out before I start buying other flavors. Fair. Oh, font stuff. Yeah. I've made 3 fonts so far. 4 fonts. 4 versions of my font. But I want to make another one. But that's a fucking rabbit hole, dude. It's a big old rabbit hole. And I don't know if I want to make all... A lot of features you can include in fonts. Yup. I don't know if I want to make all 226. Wait, they don't all have. They don't have all of them. I think I made 208 in mine. In my last one. And this one's pretty good for all the things that I use. So I was thinking of making one based off of this. But I don't really know yet. And I keep procrastinating. I gotta work on my videos. Because I don't want to be behind. But also font. But also want to make Christmas overlay. Thank you for the Pedro. And thank you for the bits. I appreciate that. I haven't heard that in so long. Fucking love Pedro. Also, sorry if that bursted anyone's ears, but I love you guys. Pedro. That was gonna be stuck in my head now. And stuff. Smile. But yeah. Welcome on in. Hope you guys. Why audio stopped? Because it was a sound clip. You want me to play? I'll play the song. Hold on. Pedro. Is it this one? Add to queue. Yeah, I think it's this one. Hi, Goob. Hi, Norman. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Also, if any of you like a font, can't tell me it. I'm very interested in fonts. So why is your character saying wet? Because I'm making a Did You Know video, which is like a fun fact video about how your bones are wet. Because did you know that? Your bones are wet. Norman, thank you for the cheek pat. I'm wet. Smile. There's a crazy. It's fair. Wet. Boop. Wet. Boop. Wet. Boop. Victor Mono font. Let me look at that one. Let me look that up. Victor Mono font. Ooh. Ooh, fair. This one's very clean. This one's very clean. But yeah. Your bones are currently... And then I want to have a crunch sound effect. I have to go get crunch. Crunch. Has cursives for italics? Oh, really? Really? That's cool. I like that. That's cool. I have to... It was the Ray's video that I was looking at for music. This one. Pedro Pe. Oh, I have to add this in here because that is the thing. And then add track. I have a complete Abrish font. If you give me Daedalus. I want to know what it sounds like. Is it muted? It's cool. Sounds like. I want to see what it looks like. I'm sorry. It's a text. Shush. Shush. I know what I said that was wrong. You know what I mean. I didn't know font had. Listen. I'm trying to add a sound effect to a video, and you guys are trying. And I want to talk about fonts, but I also have to add a sound effect to a video so I don't get sidetracked. Listen. You know what? You know what this calls for? It's a Star Wars language font. Ooh. I only listen to wingdings. Listen. This is what you brought upon yourselves. You're welcome. Oh, I am in the wrong position. Ooh. None of these are good positions. Hold on. Wrong computer. Like you. Think for me, think for life. Thing! Shrimp! I'm a shrimp now. In French, talk to me. In Spanish, talk to me. In your made-up language, doesn't mean if I understand it. Let me see this. I will be the judge of this font. Ooh, very sharp. Hoya Nightshade, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Fellow for the Star Wars. It looks really cool. I like that. I will use that for a 3D sci-fi prop someday. Hoya. This goes here into my fonts. I'm late to the raid. It's okay. It still says you are from the raid, so don't you worry. Do not worry. I know where you came from. You came from the raid currently. Do I also want to add a wet? No, I want to add I want to add like a water droplet. Where's the water droplet? Okay, see. Water droplet. Oops. It's too loud. All Irish is English, but in an alien script. I like it though. It's cool. Okay, so I have to now cut up this footage that I have to fit. I want to make a font! I want to make a font so bad! But I don't know how I want to do it. Because I know that if I make a font, I'm going to fight my brain. What is a font? What does a font say? Hi, Norman. Yes, I am Thwimp. I don't know how I want to do it, Jed. I don't know how I want to do it. Best way to make a font. Typography, font struct. What is font struct? Is tree code to use geometrical shapes? Font structure? Oh, interesting. These all are very, very geometric though. I want to make my own. Then font self, maybe tutorials on font self. Haven't heard this song in a minute. It's a good song though. Okay, I have to think about it later. I have to get this video done. Okay, so what is my first line in here? It's a good song. It is a good song. Okay, did you know? I'm sorry that's taking me. Chat made me learn. Chat made me learn. I forgot something and now. Oh, poo. Poo bar. We are gonna start with parts I know then. Despite the saying bone dry. Despite the saying bone dry. So this one. Bone dry. Currently in use in a skeletal system. They are surrounded that are currently. So do you just hand out cursed knowledge in your shorts? And did you know? Yeah. Did you know this series of Did You Know? I do a lot of like just random facts. I think our first one was the most great. Yay! Sphincter shapes. Butts can have different shapes. We had sperm shapes, cloacas. We talked about beatboxing, Adderall and food, milt. Our brains cannibalizing, raccoon facts, fall facts, adrenaline facts, colors of noise, reverse waterfall, impact frames, how your brains need protein, origins of creepypasta, the fact that snails have teeth. Yeah, we learned a lot of nice things here. Thank you for the hep hat. Okay. In an active skeletal system. I don't really remember. I think I want to use the dancing skeleton, though. Where's my dancing skeletons? We'll use this one. Let's do a video right now, yeah? That one's a bit more tame. I feel like that one's a bit more normal. But I hope you enjoy it. I like talking about soup. Good soup. Wait, 1, 2, 3. That's fine. 1, 2. Actually, wet. There's hello cute. I'm glad you like it. I'm not the one that made it, but you can easily find out on Twitter who did. But it's a real nice model. I like it a lot. A lot of my friends use this model. And pathways for blood cells. I don't know what stuff I was going to use for this. Maybe I use this one for pathway for blood cells. Pathway for blood cells. 1, 2. And then so they are soaked. I wanted this one. I have a milk thing in here. Which I don't remember why I have that. Oh wait, no. I want the part where he's like squeezing it. Huh? Huh? Looking a little different. Did you get a haircut? I did. Do you like it? Do you like my haircut? Please be nice to me. Ooh, that's gonna fuck me up a little bit. Wait, look a slight thank you. I think this self-aware. I think the self-aware part was when I was gonna get the guy being uncomfy. Okay, so just need like 2 seconds of this guy being uncomfortable. One, two of our own bodies and how they function. And I like how this lady's like, yeesh. Did I miss the thinking part? Yeah, so it's true. 1, 2. It's weird to think about. Ever get that tired flavor of? Do y'all ever get the flavor of tired that makes your bones feel clammy? No, I get the tired that I just want to sleep for the rest of eternity. And how they function. We could do an X-ray. Oh, where'd the X-ray one go? Oh, sickness. Ooh, Daedalus did say they were getting sick. 1, 2. Don't say that, Flame. I'm not allowed to get sick right now. Scramp! I'm Scramp. This lady is not centered on the screen. We witness bones. It's the guy that's laying down looking at bone. I think it's this one. Times, not to mention the most time that we witness bones on social media. Habitat. So confused on what I'm doing. Add track biology skeleton. Where's the biology skeleton? This one? Wait, no, I had one where it was like kids looking at a... It was like kids looking at a... And this one. Oh my god, their eyes... Yep. Like the... 1, 2, habitat. And then I kind of don't want the... Ooh. I want this guy and the skeleton. High school. Xmas beanies are out? They are. They're out today. They are. They were released today to the wild. Okay. Are the skeletons in your closet? I want to use these golden skeletons. Golden skeletons. Unless I already used the golden skeletons? I already used the golden skeletons? No, I didn't. Okay, cool. Closet. Okay, we gotta go back a little bit. Actually, wait, that's what the calcium thing was for. I like a moment of calcium. Where's my calcium moment? Here's my calcium moment. Calcium moment. Because maybe the calcium will make you think of milk, and then milk and calcium and bones. Calcium and cannons? What? Oh, are you gonna use a cartoon where the skeleton is taking a shower? What? I I want to use this guys with the eyeball popping out with a heart. Calcium cannons, Elaine? What are calcium cannons? I don't know what those are. Bone cannons? I'm just standing, you just fade away. Oh, they're not in a natural habitat. Oh, this one. Yeah, I can use this. What does it look? Open link. I want to save this. What does it say? So the Space Marines cover? Yes. Yes? What else would it be? Based. It has massive memories. Oh! I'm glad you like it here. I like it here too. Warhammer mentioned yep. I want this guy to scoot. Witness bones. And then I'll use this clip here. I like this one. I think I got extra clips. Where's my T-posing one, though? I have a T-posing skeleton. Wait, I want to add the T-posing skeleton. I want to add this one in the beginning. 1, 2. You mean boobies? You mean... You listen to Dixon Dallas Lane? That sounds familiar. Dixon. Is he the one that I hope that he is? Yes, I do! Add the queue. I'm adding that song next. Do, 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 do. Off my booty cheeks, I love the way he rides. He breathes when he's. I once snuck a Dixon Dallas into my Oh no, you didn't! Anyone else see the No Man's Land trailer for Dark Tide? Is that the one that just came out? Wait, Dark Tide, not Space Marine 2. I haven't. Is it good? I have Dark Tide. I don't have Space Marine 2. So I decided watching their reactions. Fair. Dark Tide is great. I liked Dark Tide, but it got a bit repetitious for me. If I'm honest. It just came out today. Ooh, well, if you play it, I hope you enjoy it. My soy boys. Oh my god. Not soy boys. 2. Is the update out? Let me check. Library. Dark Tide. There's an update. Out now. It is out now. 1.10 patch notes. It says it's out now. Dancing on my booty cheeks. Okay, but like everyone, when I say the word wet, everybody's gonna think of an anime hentai girl, so I'm just gonna put that in there anyway. Mode. Anime? There we go. I found it. I found it. Audio, sound effects, save. Darling, can do that. I have a microwave noise, right? I think I do. I'll go back. Back. Resources, audio, sound effects, microwave. I'm looking for my microwave. Microwave. I want the home of the microwave. I will then save it once more. Maybe I could look up a splash effect? Splash. I did not like the one that I just heard. Gonna be honest with you, chat. This is so loud. And then I have a A, B, C, D, E. Proud Boys? What does Proud Boys mean? C, D, E, F, G, H. Not good, people. Got it. All right, now I need a like skeleton sound. Skeleton on fan. People who. Oh, fair. Ooh. I feel like I could use another sound effect in here. Maybe for the wellness check. Okay, my homers aren't that far right, thank God. Enlighten. Angelic. Dun, 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 dun. What's this one? Oh, God. It's like heavenly, I think. A, B, C, D, E, F. I meant this one. Tramp knife. Tramp knife. Bone dry. Dry bones. Dry bones death sound effect. Dry bone. Thank you for the wellness check. Do you prefer to peel your shrimp or get the pre-peeled? Oh, we peel ours. But I often eat the little shrimp tail. I like eating the shrimp tail. I like eating the tail. I have to look up the noise of a sponge. I don't care either way. Yeah. Whoop. Free sounds. Bone. I have to add the bad to the bone riff. I don't know. Wait. Okay, I know. Wait, hold on. Where should I add that? I want to add that. Where is it? Is it for right here? I want to add the bad to the boner. But dinner. Add that there. Yeah. Okay, I think that's fine. What's that? The squeaking. The I forgot what that thing is. The squeak dance? What is that squeaking door? What's the squeaking noise in my mouth? Song? Squeegee? No, it's like a song. It's the Cashmere Cash Jersey house sample. Oh, I don't know, but I found this. Hold on. Wait. Listen to this. Wait, listen to this. This is not what I was looking for, but... Oh, no, wait. No, go to the... Oh, wait, this is not what I was looking for. Okay, this one. Listen to this. When I get you, Ricky... Dude, that shit was straight fire. Dude, that shit was straight fire. Ah, man. Okay. Dude. I don't know what is the... It's like... I know the dance. Okay, it's leaving my head though. Song that sounds like squeaky door. Is it this? YouTube always takes forever to load. It makes me sad. Can I play it on SoundCloud? Leave me alone. Fuck. Okay. Is it this one? Wait, no, I'm losing now. Nope, this is not it. Oh, fuck, that's not it. Oh, fuck. Oh, wait. Did you find anything? 103. What? 103. No, it's like a meme dance. It's like a meme dance. Where they like do the elbow thing. I can't do the elbow dance because it's not in my brain. It's like newer. Oh God, guys, I don't know if I'm gonna find it. It's like they do the TikTok dance to squeaky squeaky door song, bruh. No, it's not that one. I wish though. What's up, Brighter Drift? It's this. It was this one. It's that noise. And I told the shaver I'll be divorced. What? No. No, we love Ferryman. It's this one. Seabat next, por favor. Get it stuck in everyone's head. Okay, wait, hold on. Or wait, is it the Seabat one? Oh my God, wait, is it the Seabat one? Hold on. Is it this one? This is not it. Hold on. Was that Seabat song? Hold on. Seabat. Is it this one? Is it this one? Hudson Mohawk? Is it this one? Is it this? It's not this one, but it's this one. What, chat? You're not loving this? You're telling me you're not loving this right now? You're telling me you're not in love with this right now? Where's the other bone? It's right here. I don't want to imagine that Daedalus. Like, I'm okay. I don't think I want to imagine that. Adding a bunch of sound effects for TikTok retention time. I'm not gonna lie. When it goes do 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 do, it goes like down. I imagine that's when he finishes. This is a really long song. We're gonna go to the next song now. Okay, thank you for coming on this journey with me. I will now mute this so you guys don't hear all the sound effects. Oh, that's what I needed. 300. Oh, this is not. Hold on. Shut up. Telly Hall, bet. Sponge for pressing down. that sponge. That poor woman. If we were in a trap house vibe, you should definitely check out Karma Fields, though. Ooh, bet. I just want the sound of this. There we go. That's what I wanted. I just wanted the sound of a sponge being squeezed. Sponge squeeze. An actual suggestion. Hold on. Karma Fields. I can't type Karma Fields. Body Rush and New Age Dark are two of my favorite LPs of his. Classic Monster Cat era. Let's see. I like there's one called Disco Tits. I'm adding that one. We're listening to that one. I want like a oh. Shriek. They have Super Mega Tokyo too. That's a banger. Disco Tits. I know. Hold on. I'll look for the other one. Hold on. Super Mega Tokyo. Super Mega Tokyo. Add to queue. Okay. I want a bone rattle noise. Rattle. Bone break, bone ankle breaker, bad to the bone. Bones already. I'm gonna do the doo-doo. Oh my god, you guys could hear that. I'm sorry. I just realized that it was unmuted. My fault. I want the dude skeleton. Okay, I don't want to listen to the song anymore. It wasn't as good as I thought it was gonna be. Video editing. What the fuck? Why is that so small? Doot, doot. Doot, doot. These sounds are making my brainworms happy. What is this you have shared with me? I didn't even make a fire from TikTok farming? What does this mean, Daedalus? I'm intrigued. Just want to shower, go to bed. What's wrong, Rhino? What's wrong? Oh, thank you. It worked. Animate. Wow. Wow. Look at all these. Appearance. Wow. What does appearance mean? Instead of browsing sites? Fair? Fair? I appreciate you. I'm zipping it up. I can't look at this. I can't look at this. I can't think about making a font right now. File, save as. Main font, V5. V5, no clue. I barely scratched the surface myself. Fair. Fair. Download ready. Resources. Sound effects. Save. Okay. Mega. Tokyo. Okay, cool. This video is done. Mega. Tokyo. Delete track save. Okay, now all I gotta do is I gotta do this guy. Snap captions. Current text. Subtitle 1. Default. Create phrases. And then this one. Advanced settings. We turn all these off. Create captions. This is loud. Oops. Cool. Won't lie, the buzzing in this part of the song is a little catches me off guard a little bit, but I like it. Okay, so this one, render, doop, doop. Nope. Okay, well. Bit more hard style fair. You give me a jump style song though, or what is it called? It's like jump. It's a jump dance that it originated in the UK. I like that. I like that a lot. I did that right? Did you know this one? This one? Yeah, then this one. Okay, cool. Save. I'm unfamiliar. Here, I'll show you. Wait, is the reason why I do that? Okay, hold on. YouTube. Just like jump. So, the show? I think so. I think they do it in this one. Oh, he does it so poor. That's piss poor. Hold on. Hold on. It's better if I look this up on TikTok. Hold on. Because I often find it when I'm on TikTok. Hold on. British people go a lot harder. British people go a lot harder. Heed the siren's call. Bored stout wearing cheese. Welcome on in. Hold on. Advanced properties. You have. I'm not late. You have no proof. What are you talking about? You're right on time. You came in with the raid. I don't know what you're talking about, you silly goober. Hold on. Did they have? They have. Oh my God. They do it so soft though. Yeah, I like the old gen jump style. Like, look at this. Look at this. I know old gen would break roofs and collapse buildings, but like, it's got so much energy. Oh, this one too. Look at this. Oh, fuck. It paused. I'd look like such a fool doing jump style because of my tatas. But I fucking, dude, the old gen jump style. I always say if you're going to dance or sing, never ever do it. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm like, I don't like, granted, I don't know a lot about dance, but like how, look at how soft, right? Like if 100 people, I don't know, if 100 people did this, I feel like the house would shake. You know? It's like, I don't know, it feels like you're giving it half power. But then when you look at these guys doing it, I don't know, I feel like it could shake a house down. I don't know, that's just my opinion. But I just, like, it goes so much harder, the old gen. And it makes me go insane. I want to see them do it. You'll look so much worse if you're not giving it. I know. Yeah. Break the house down. Look at all those Adidas track pants, bro. I like the old style. It's so good. I want to see more. I want to see a little bit more. Hold on, I'm sidetracking myself, but I want to see a little bit more. Like, these pants are so cool, and I feel like if you did it in the harder style, it would be better. If you want big ups like this music, you need to check out Boy and the Beast by Puppet Pierce Fulton. Okay, I will do that. I just want one more. I just want one more, like, really good one. That's a tutorial. Crazy baseline on that one? Bet. These guys don't go hard. I need people that go hard. Like, what? I get everybody lives in apartments now, so you can't jump as hard. But, like, please do it. Please do it. This guy go hard? This guy kind of goes hard. Look at this one. Look at him. He's like sliding too. Light on his feet. Always be hard, always do hard. Black Tiger sex machine. I like that. I just like the way they do it. I like this girl's hair, so I have to see it at least once. See, I don't feel like you can go hard in Converses like that. 3 hard 5 me exam. Like these, they're not Converses, but I just feel like you can't go as hard. Like you can't tell me you do jump style and have like basically no shoes on. Like I feel like jump style, you gotta have some like good shoes. That's why I know it's really pretty. I want to learn this, but can you do it? Well, I want to see him put it all together. Yeah, see, I feel like with how hard you should jump and kick, like you really gotta have shoes, you know, unless you're practicing. This is this is a small niche that comes up on my For You page, and it gets me going. You can't look this punk and go this soft, man. Sorry. I just... Okay, whatever. Oh, I have to... TikTok doesn't trust me. Okay. Anywho, let's listen to some music. Black Tiger. No, we want to listen to Boy and the Beast by Puppet. And the Q. We'll just play it. Hello? Hello? That's some wild hair, though. Match the hair's energy or... That's what I'm saying. And I'm not saying you can't be punk and also be soft, but, like, you got me fucked up, bro. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to... No, that's... Oh, this is... Yeah, this is what I meant to do. Oh, they're unmuting because they're different people. This is me. Go away, me. Do you prep your beans? This one has a hefty drop. Do you prep... Oh, my beans are prepped. My beans are prepped. Everyone prep your beans for the hard bass drop that will happen. There's another one. Actually, if we're gonna listen to this, we should also listen... Hold on, where is it? Where is it? I have a playlist for this kind of stuff. It's called my rave music. Where is it? Other playlists. Yeah, okay, hold on. Let me add the other one too. Wait, that one didn't have a song. Wait. Yeah, that one didn't have a song. Okay, hold on. I don't know if this is going to be the same. Add cue, but we're going to do it anyway. Okay. Okay, I play this called Dirty Wubs. Send it. Biscuits. I don't think my headphones... Because the music... I'm actually casting the music right now. I don't think I'm getting it as hard as you guys are, which makes me sad. I'm sad. I feel like I'm really not getting the bass line as hard as I want. Hold on. I'm gonna mess with something really quick. What is this going through? B3. Would this help? No. Nah. It. My headphones can't capture how good this sounds. It's okay. I'll listen to it later. I was gonna say it sounds casted muffled, almost like it's coming through something that's compressing the heck out of it. My favorite. What are you talking about, Buster? Hold on. Let me check if that's the case for this next song. Hold on. Is it cause wait, hold on. Is it because of the Spotify quality? Audio quality. Lossless. Keep current. Oh wait, no. Give me lossless. Turn on lossless. Download. Normal. What the fuck? This one sounds okay, I think. Does this sound okay to you guys? It still feels compressed. Hold on, is it because of... I wonder if it's because of my laptop. Hold on. Wait. Normal. Let's turn on this. Oh, maybe is this why? There we go. I think that's better. Yeah, because I put it on bass booster, which makes it sound better. Okay, I think that'll be better for the music that we're listening to. Hello, computer? Oh, VTube Studio broke. Buster is attached to the characters of Halo Reach, even though I told them that some of them die. That just happens. I'm sorry for his drama. Let's do it here. Thank you, Dallas. Puff tart art. Push it. I don't know why. Sorry that I got quiet. The music got me focused. It went to my tism and went, "Hey, let's focus now." And I was like, that's what I used to do in college though. When I was in college, I used to turn on like music like this, and for some reason it just made my ADHD like vanish. Don't know how that works. Don't know if it actually works, but it does make me more one-track minded. I think it's because my environment becomes loud and like fast-paced to match my brain, and then my brain feels in tune with the vibrations of the earth, and then I can focus. It resonates with BPM focus because of the stimulants. Fair. Adderall do be liking stimulants. Five-minute shine. I have to go to the restroom so bad right now. So you got those link clips. If I need to focus on this way, I hack my brain, do dark clubbing stuff. That does sound awfully nice. This is the one time my vibe and shine has been like exceedingly long. Like everyone just has extra footage. I go to the bathroom, chat. All these deep wubs make me need to use the restroom, but I'm really close to finishing this one, so I just want to get this one done, and then we can do other art stuff, because I feel like doing art, I think. Yeah, there's plenty of songs in this that will keep you guys go piss. I will in a second. I just need to do this really quick. Because, like, this video is, like, one of the shorter ones for me to put together, and I've just been procrastinating all day, so. Besides, it's a banging song. We're so hard, very good job. You say that, but I was, like, procrastinating half of the day. You got her going. I'm just worried for your girl. Thank you. I appreciate it. I will heed your words though in a moment. I just want to do this one really quick. Clip operations replace. This one. Let's flip them. Oops. And then workspace, snap captions, bin, current text, subtitle 2 with the default preset, create. Speaking of biscuits, okay. Speaking of biscuits, I'd love. Okay. Default. Oh, it's almost done, chat. Almost done. Default. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Wrong scene. Hi. Like, thank you. I actually made it in Maya and Unreal Engine for a lot of the rendering. As you knew, since I've been here for a bit. Yeah. Yep. It's somewhat new since the last time you were here. I can actually show it off a bit more. It's this scene. It's that. It's all this. It's the Milk Club, and it's got a lot of little tiddly bits. And I made it in Maya, and it was a bitch, and I'm not even done with it because you see those guys, those are not correct. But yeah. Oh, thank you. That's my stuffed animal Arthur. And then I have my cat in there and my bed and a lot of my VTuber outfits. But yeah, thank you. Yeah, that is my scene. I made it. It's animated slightly. Okay, okie dokie. Okay, I think we're good. We can delete the empty track save. We're gonna close this guy. Absolutely, thank you. I'm honored that you think so. Okay, now this is good, so this can go here. Yes. And then these two I will do tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, we have a collab for tomorrow. So I have to get the stuff for that. Times the SteamDB because I want to make a thumbnail for that. So we can close all these. Twitch. I need the collab one. I reckon I'll copy this one. This is the peak collab from last 2 weeks ago. Media collab. Yeah, that one I call. No path. Okay, so live now, friends. Yeah, it'll be us four, and then we're gonna be playing. Why is Labyrinth not with Labyrinth? Labyrinth. This one's Project Winter. Did I use the other file for this? No, I think the file is dead. I think that's what I'm learning, is that file is dead. Okay, that's fine. Project Winter. And then this one is... Is this just... Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. Stop that. Go in there. And then we'll go to package... Nope. Metadata. Okay, now I want to listen to meme songs. Sorry, I want to listen to meme songs now. Okay, maybe I shouldn't put this on lossless. Let's put it on very high. Oh, not... Oops. It's a little loud too, so let me turn that down. I think we could maybe use this then. So I don't know if there's anything better. Mimesis, this one. Do they have press assets for media? Steamers, capsules, community, all scraps, announcements, stickers. Okay, I guess I'll download it because I don't know what's in this because it's not giving me the examples of what's in the file or what's in the folder save. Extract. Let's delete these two guys. Community assets. Ooh, I quite like this one. This looks fun. It's a lot, but like it's fun. Okay, I don't... Why did it... Clear queue, yes. Okay, there we go. I don't want to listen to this right now either. I'll listen to this though. This is a very big. Yeah, this is like literally my meme playlist. This is what I listen to when I just want to listen to memes. I want to be... Yeah, this really... What the fuck happened to this file? I don't know what happened to this file. This file is not what I wanted it to be, but it's okay. There you go. Now we look like we're looking up at Shems. I want Shems back here. There you go. Whole document export. Stream. Way gay to be gay. And then we will go download. I will put this in the roll for fun video for this because I might want some of these. Stream. This one. In case you'd like this for tomorrow. Okay, cool. I hate white websites. They're so bright. Okay. Create thumbnail. Create promo for Fishmas. Okay, so I have 2 things left that I would like to do. With the game. Thank you for the song request. Okay, so now consider it a fitting time fair. Why didn't I change back? When did it change back? What? Why is it not changing me back? Change it back. Change me back. Okay, I'm gonna mess with the font just a little bit. Is this because I don't have this as a GPU priority? Is that why my laptop's freaking out? I think it's because I don't have this set as a G. No, it is. It's there. Okay. I figure I'm taking over the tracks often. We still ain't doing. Oh, yeah, we can do a round of Gamba. Thank you for reminding me. We can do a round of Gamba. Let's do a little bit of Gamba. Let's do a little bit of Gamba, and I'll play Cass, and she'll probably off stream. Clover Pit. Can I type Clover Pit? Done. And then I'm gonna do. There you go. Okay. My mouse. Okay. See how well this works. I'm hearing it twice. I don't think I am. I need to go into the settings. No, you're good. New run. You're good. I should take a small break. I feel like probably good to take a break. Music on. That is a little loud. 40 seems fine. Yeah, it's so loud for you guys though. Turn it down. Yeah, there. Alright. Ooh. Hey, I got 2 body parts. I have them both. Ooh. Every 7 spins, pattern will repeat 1 more time. Every 7 spins. Whip it. No, equip it. Now I have 2 bones. 2 bones. And then I will put my money. Let's go gambling. Fuck. Fuck. I don't know why, but this game makes me want to play The Binding of Isaac really bad. I didn't get a lot on it. Check it. Check it. Shit kind of sucks. Music could be a smidge higher too. Cool. I agree. Let me know if that's good. Oh wait, cancel. 7. Oh, I don't. Okay. Not bad. It was almost a jackpot except for that lemon. Not bad though. We already made. That means we made the first deadline. Yes, yes. I very much care about audio balancing. It's like my biggest like worry when I'm streaming. And also, no spins left. 1 round left. Honestly, so same. All right, time to deposit. There you go. 220. Yep. No stress around mic settings and audio balancing. Yeah, sir. What is this? Hear the deal. Oh, do I hear the deal? Take the pack? All right, here's the deal. If you immediately deposit all coins needed for the deadline, I'll give you 1 memory pack. Do you accept? Yes. That's the spirit. Here's your memory pack. What's new? I want to try. Whoa. All cards are revealed. You can either keep inspecting the cards or continue with the run. For the rest of the run, picking the most spin options of the slot doubles the 6 exchange cards for the run. Picking fewer spins option halves it. Oh, thank you. Bully's favorite. For the rest of the run, whenever a deadline ends, if you have 6 or more charms equipped, discard 1 at random and again 2. Damn. And then this one is the same as this one. Fuck it. I want to try this one. Give me this one. I want this one. You can either keep inspecting the cards or continue with the run. Does this mean I have both? Do I have all of them? Pick one, but they are unlocked for new runs. Oh. Okay. Ooh, I got a thing. Oh my god. Whenever you end a deadline, the calendar increases the symbols multiplier for 1. Oh. What's up? Double your tickets, but set coins to 0. My head hurts. Activate all current phone abilities. I don't have any phone abilities. Double your coins, but set your stuff to 0. That's kind of like whatever. Hold on. Okay. Ooh. Rolls. Oh, that's cool. Whoa. That's cool. That's cool. Because after this, I'll only have... Triggers randomly. Reroll symbols are nonsense. How much do I have? 5? What if we did these 3? And then I double my money. That's my plan. Double my money. Double my money. Give me my money. Yes. 7 spins. I should have deposited. Oh well. Woo! Look at all those 7s. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Okay, well that could have been better. Ooh, you son of a bitch. forgot to deposit 78. Actually, don't know if I'll make this one. Unless I get lucky. Lion. What you fuck you lying? Oh my god. Stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. Wait, what this one? Oh, open every time 7. Oh, coupled with the Hamda can be really good. That's fair. We haven't had Hamda yet. Oh, that's 25% chance. I don't know if we'll make it. I don't know. Yeah, that's 1 round left. I really don't know if we'll make it, actually. I'm restarting this round. I'm restarting it. Oh my god. Stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. Never happened. Never happened. I would like to try this bully one. I don't really move around in this space, do I? God. Stop fucking lying. Restock the store with charms that have luck. I don't want this one. Whoa. Every 7 says, oh, where's Hamda? Train! Hamda! Playing with fire here? Oh, I am! Wait, what if I put them in my drawer so they can't take it? what if I put it in my drawer so they can't take it? Fuck. Fuck, I didn't think about that! No! What cards are you playing? I played the one where, like, if the deadline ends, it takes 2 of my thing. What is this game? Gamba. My hand, no. Oh! Fuck. I didn't think about this. Fuck. Fuck. Okay. Well, let's go. Fuck. I didn't think about it. I got so excited. My feelings are hurt. Whopper, 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 Junior, Double, Triple, Whopper, Dreamville, Jameson. Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. They're gonna take my thingies! Daedalus, they're gonna take my thingies! Discard at 1 at random. Oh, 1? Oh, I thought it was 2. Okay, 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 wait. Okay, wait. Whopper, Whopper. If you have 6 or more equipped? Oh. Oh. I was panicking for nothing. Away. BK. Read a lane? No! It's hard. I'm illiterate. All that matters is the shiny shapes on the screen. Listen to music like this, you really think I can read? Yeah. Might as well turn it. What do you do? Grants luck. Actually, luck wouldn't be bad. Yeah. Oh wait, I need 1 more. It's fine. This is going to be my therapy note. You're welcome. But it's a good song. It's a good song, though. I'm gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Gain 1 free restock at every deadline at the end of each round. Chance of restoring charge. Still a lucky charge right at the end of the button. There's a poo-poo one, though. This will go good with the poo-poo one. Poo-poo? Poo-poo one. Poo-poo one. Do I have anything that buffs any other... No, I don't think so. We'll take the boo-poo. We'll take this one. Give you up. Never gonna let you down. Run around. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna wrong your lie and hurt you. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Oh, I forgot to click this. What? Okay, I guess I'll click it on the next run. Aw. For so long. I'm just trying to say it. Going on 12-8. Yeah, fuck it. Oop. I wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Ooh, every last pattern triggers one more time. Plus there's... Wait. 300 chance for the golden modifier to be applied to any symbol raised by 2% every round when skipped. Raised by 2% every round skipped when completing a deadline. Max 25. Go to fucking Star City. I know. 6, 3, 9, 4, 2. 6 or more? Or more than 6? 6 or more. I want to try... At the end of the round or the end of the deadline? Deadline. Okay, okay, I have an idea. You, what do you want? I don't want to talk to you, Satan. Fuck off, Satan. I'm gonna try to cheat this, but I don't know if it'll work, but I'm gonna try. Okay. Drawer the disc, grab the battery and fruit back for now, then watch for fruit photos. That would be a good idea, but could I not put put the disc in the drawer right before I do the deadline? Or do I have to do it now? So I was thinking right before I reach the deadline I could put it in there and then it would count it as 5. Yes, you absolutely could, Pog.
Let's go get
Bonk. Poo-poo, let's go. Oh, you stinky son of a bitch. Trying to avoid triggering the card. I am. I very much am. Very nice. Seeing the little batteries popping up. Well, maybe more. Oh, not bad, not bad, not bad, chat. Not bad. But you do it, Risa. If it eats a card, no. If it eats a card? If it, yeah, it gets 2 free restocks if it does eat one. So we're not completely shit out of luck if I don't pay attention. $200, that's 407. Okay, we're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay, chat. 2 rounds left. Speaking of paying attention, did Satan have a deal that has a chat of treasures and the like? No. No, they did not. Fuck you, Satan! Suck my dick.
Let's go get
Yes, 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 yes. Santa was always the cooler cryptid. I don't know if we're... Oof. This is gonna be a little spicy though. I came in confident, but now I'm kind of... I'm a little worried. 160. Okay, so 161. I have like just not enough. I think I have to do the final round. No whammies. Yup, no whammies. This is after I turn in the deadline or before I turn in the deadline? Yeah, I just need 40 more. It's when the deadline triggers. Grab the card better use the pool again. Okay. So boop boop. And then so before you deposit the last one. Okay, okay, cool, cool, cool.
Let's go get
I wanna get ahead. I wanna get ahead. Nope, I'm doing it anyway. It would make me feel better if we can get ahead for the next one. Good, good. Yep, exactly, exactly. See, you know. Except that we didn't get any batteries. But that's okay. That's okay. We're now ahead by 100 for the next one. Not that 100 really matters, but still. Still, anything to get ahead. Put in drawer. Now I have 5, and you better not be an asshole. You're getting good at this. Single brain cell. I got the single brain cell right now. Okay. Little baby! I only get 1 for that. Pepper. Lucky Charms at the store are discounted by 2 until the next restock. Know the value of diamonds and chest. Poop doesn't do treasure tests, if I remember. Yeah, no, it's diamonds. Double the value of diamonds. 2 free Lucky Charms. But then I'd have 8. I can afford 1 more. I think the pepper would be better. The current spin after 9 activations left. Let's do this one. Equip. Yeah. Fiddle-dee-doo, fiddle-dee-dan. There's no laws against the Pokemon, Batman. I'm just gonna double. I'm just gonna double because that's not bad. I like this song a lot. All my pancakes. Charizard, you eating all my pancakes. You eating all my pancakes. Charizard, why you eating all my pancakes? Because Charizard's eating my pancakes, man. Bad Charizard. Ooh. Almost duplicate spin from last time. Not bad. No, my pancakes. Charizard, why you eating all my pancakes? Fuck off. Ooh. Close to a triple jackpot, baby. Super jackpot, let's go! Oh yeah, because I doubled diamonds! Oh, my peanut's so hard. I'm so good at this game. Charizard. How many more things you got? 5. Charizard. I have to be careful. Okay. We're like over halfway there now. Charizard. We just need 2 more rounds. When she gamble on my charm twice slot, bruh.
Let's go gambling.
I have no triggers. Oh, I only need 1 more round then. Right? Oh, no, it's boosted now. Should I do it now? Oh, yeah, fuck it. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, we're not looking at the floppy disk. We're not looking at the floppy disk because I don't know what that means. I love this song. Do you... Oh, damn, I was hoping the pepper would also activate. It's not bad. If it gets 3 strikes, I probably lose all my money.
No, our POV,
Hello, welcome on in. How was your art stream? If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy. Hang out with us as we gamble our life away. But how was art? How was art? Feel free to tell us how it was. I'm trying to beat Gamba. 700. 7. I think I have enough. Listen to meme songs and gambling. Yep. Okay, I put in drawer. Put in drawer. Woo! 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 And the poop got good. The poop is good. The poop. The hot pepper. Give me 1 more slot. Double lemons. Lemons manifest. It was good. I was trying to mash up some stuff. I've been vibing and having a tiny wah. Doubles the value of lemons. Some tiny crisis there. Crash outs are on the daily here. Every time you score at least 1 pattern or 4 plus, raise diamond and treasures, but what the peppers? I think I'm gonna do 2 peppers. This only has 3 left. I'm thinking if we dupe up on peppers. I crashed out last night and it was fun as hell, so I'm doing it more often. Fuck yeah, be free, be you, be you. And I hope that frees you, Gore. Cause I go for you. I think well, I'm gonna go eat dinner, so I lurk while you gamba. Well, have a good dinner. I love you very much. Enjoy the gambas. Okay, we're gonna equip this guy. We're gonna go gung-ho on this guy. Because this guy will break this round, and then we'll only have the disc and him. So, I think we're gonna be good. Let me deposit. Let me deposit. Oops, I only did 6 spins. It's fine, there'll be a strong-ass 6 spins. Bonk. Gimme. I just gotta load it. I know. know, right? I like Gore's art a lot. Ooh. So the 666 went down. Oh, stop! Stop! Sorry, I didn't notice you. Jesus Christ. It just... Okay, I'm not gonna talk about it. It's scaring me. Oh, bro! It was so close! Ooh. Oh, maybe. This got devious on it, did it? Did it really? Shit. Did it? Oh, it did! Dude, I don't know if we're gonna make this high key. I'll get inside. I don't know if we're gonna make this one. 2 rounds left. 7 out of 7. I'm not gonna have room for another one. I believe. Okay. Alright, we'll go again then. 7. Higher risk of +7. Yeah, I think we'll just stick. How many spins left? 2. 2. We have 2. We have 2. So I can either just go gung-ho it with the 2, or gamba this, hope that I get something that I can work with here, and then the disc C pops every... 5 spins? So it would trigger this round. It would trigger this time. But it wouldn't trigger on... It wouldn't trigger with Hamda. That's the problem. It wouldn't trigger with Hamda. Yeah. Unless I did 5. Unless I paid enough money to make it 5, and then I would do the 5. But I'd have to get rid of something. I'd have to get rid of something, Daedalus. But you'd risk 2.1. Okay, how about this? This one only has, what, 1 left? So this has 1 left. We'll do the full spin for 7 with all of this. And then we'll see where we're at. We're probably going to have to do the last one anyway. We'll bring this down to 5. We'll bring the disc back in. We'll do the 5 and hope and pray. Yeah, torch the pep and grab the disc. Yep. All right. Alright. Let's do it.
Let's go gambling.
Big brain. That's the hope. Okay. Goodbye, Peppy. This is not bad. This is not bad. This is not bad. I wish there was a battery in this, but that wasn't bad. Says it's gonna come in handy. I prayed for some battery for poo. Yes, I agree. Holy shit, bro. Battery. Come on. Fuck, nope. It's not bad though. It's not a bad amount. I think it's triggered almost every spin that round. It did. It definitely did. Okay. 1,000. Yeah, I don't have enough. But we're gonna bring the disc back out. We're gonna equip the disc. We're gonna insert enough money until I only have 5 spins left. Nah. I wanna do this way. Oh! Set Starlight, welcome on in. I hope you enjoy hanging out with us. Alright, 5 spins. Alright, let's hope and pray.
Let's go gambling.
Okay, that's not great. Battery though. How much? One more battery. Come on, baby, one more battery. Fuck! Come on, baby, one more battery. Fuck! know. I don't think that's gonna be enough, chat. I don't know. I don't think that's gonna be enough. I got a star. Oh, look, I got so many things. I got so many new things, though. I can't. That was it. That's it, Daedalus. Oh, wait, I see what you mean. Please. I don't have enough money. Stupid. Oops, that's not okay. Did really get good unlock? You did get a good unlock, so fair. Ooh, little star! Oh my god, little star might be my favorite. That's so cute. 5+ chance for the battery modifier to be applied to any symbol. Decrease it at 1%. Oh, okay, that's pretty good. Raging capitalist plus 3% chance for the ticket modifier to be applied to any symbol. Raises 1% every time you buy a lucky charm. Oh, that's not bad. It's actually cucked me out of jackpot. If the last spin doesn't score any patterns, the last one will be a horizontal XL. Oh, that's fair. Oh, this one's long. This one looks cool. Clover. All right, good game. Good game. We didn't win, but we were close. That A. And my house smells really good. That's fucked up. Alright, so what do I want to do? Do I want to make a new font? I could try. Let me try the font. I'm gonna do a silly thing, though. But it's not that silly. It's for a test. Okay, let me do... Aw, she holding her tail? I am! How are you doing? Not yet, Dead Red. Dead Red? Yeah, I said that right. Cool. How you doing? Hi, Bunby. How was your stream? I'm about to make a new font. A. Okay, this one. Recent Blinky Star. This one... I like using... Helvetis, but I don't think it's me. I used to use Fat Marker, but I don't really like that one anymore. I used to use Arco, but I don't really like that one anymore either. Just woke up 2 hours before the gym. Fuck yeah. Did you have good gym yesterday? I hope you had good gym yesterday. I can look at this one. I like this one. I think it's a good mix between these two. I just think it's a little off, if I'm honest. That makes me think of something. Flattened. Stream was okay. Was talking the first 3 hours, but kind of died. Though, plus my sister died, so no VTuber, no. I mean, fair. Fair. But I hope that regardless, it was a good time. I don't really want to listen to the song. My arm muscles are non-existent. Fair. Same. Beep, beep, I'm a sheep. Beep, beep, I'm a sheep. Beep, beep, I'm a sheep. Oh, what am I doing? This is not what I wanted to do. There's a building. That's good. If I'm honest, I'm impressed that you can talk for that amount of time. It's very impressive. Cause I'd be like, nope, I'm done now. I'd be after 3 hours. I'd be like, I'm okay, especially in the beginning. Sheep. I have beep beep. I'm a sheep. I'm a sheep. I have beep beep. I'm a sheep. Beep. Also, why didn't this stay? Huh? Be by my sheep. What's happening here? Oh, A. Okay. Oh. Oh, does this go in here no matter what? Don't forget to stretch and hydrate. Thank you. I hope you sleep well. Good night, Daedalus. Thank you for stopping by. Bruh, don't fuck me up. Good night, gamer. Good night. Good night. Okay, that doesn't help either. Okay, cool. Boop, 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 boop. Walk. Where'd the curse? Don't talk to me. I like this though. I want it to be like that. A good time. No guides. I'm so confused. I'm very confused here, chat. He just drank some bleach. Huh. That's not what I want to do. Okay. Attitude. Just drank some bleach. This is hard. One time, not a good time. Oh. B. Oh, sheesh. Okay. I'm very confused on what I'm doing. I'm gonna be honest. Guide across multiple pages affinity. So how long will the lovely Elaine be streaming? I don't know, until I get tired, probably. Sorry, I was spelling it off. I suck at no, you're fine, you're okay. No, I'll probably be streaming until I get tired, honestly. If I'm honest. There we go. Looking full of this. Number 15 working foot lettuce. Guess what? What's up, Norman? What's up, Norman? Number. The fuck? Actually, do I have the template for this? I feel like I should, but I couldn't be. It could be pretty good. But aw, thank you. Thank you. PNG's font design. I think this one. What is this one? Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. No, okay, that doesn't help. Okay. Oh wait, could it be this? Nope. Give me this line. Duplicate. Fuck. Okay, that's fine. There we go. Okay. I'm not gonna touch these anymore. Well, guidelines. Actually. There we go. That way I can do this. Where is it? Gonna piss me off if you keep doing this. What if I could turn that off? Guidelines group auto select. I don't think I can. Okay, but it'll go faster as I keep doing it, so it'll be okay. This one and then the 5. Nope, come here. And then another row. Okay. I'm just gonna find it in 1. Did it not take all of them? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, okay. It's annoying. It's okay. So the ampersand one. Night is showtime. Oh, daylight. Son of a bitch, Nightcore, you surprise me every day. And with your, yeah. We like a variety of songs here. 1, 2, 7, 3, down the Rockefeller Street. On, do you hear that? 1, 2, 7, 3, down the Rockefeller Street. I only need 3 more. Oops, that's not together. Showtime. The street lights. Times. It's showtime. Where is the other ones? Okay, there you go. Jesus. guides. And then we gotta lock that. And then we'll make them like 75. Okay, Jesus Christ. Do you feel that? 1, 2, 7, 3, down on Rockefeller Street. I'm glad you guys like my music. This is what I listen to off stream, and it's just like, it's just nice. I don't like this. Your emotions might change now, but you know, we had the moment. We had a moment together, you and I. Dude. Also, remember, for whatever reason, my stream notice like follows or subs don't make sounds in my stream. I don't know if I should use a different program to do them or what. What are you using? Because it should happen in the browser source. So just make sure you can hear OBS itself. This is gonna take a while, chat. I just use Streamlabs and Twitch. I would just make sure that you can hear the audio then from OBS. Like if you go right click your sound icon, go to open volume mixer, and just make sure OBS is going through like your default speakers. D. E. I'm just gonna try to get these all out of the way now. F. G. H. Okay, that's like a set of them. H. Okay, there's a set. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. I'm gonna put these as not done. It's just taking forever to scroll. STUV. Yeah, let's do these ones. Whip. Let's turn these off. Okay. Do 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 do. C. Dun, dun, dun. Vector convert to curves. Ooh. Da 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 da. Da da. La da da da. La da da da. Ooh. Oops, wrong one. Vector, convert to curves. I know why. Hey, I don't know how. 'Cause I got high. 'Cause I got high. Ooh. I do E. I don't think I did E yet. Oops. Yeah, 'cause I got high. 'Cause I got high. 'Cause I got high. Cause 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 I got high. I don't know if I want to do this. I'm like doing this slowly, but I'm like, my brain's kind of like. Should make sure that these are all centered, which they're not, because I'm a goober. For the curves. Boop. And then remove the old ones. I think another problem is like not all these line widths are the same. And that bugs the shit out of me. V5.2. I don't know if I want to do this. Feel it in my fingers. I feel it in my toes. You motherfuckers mean to harm us. I got to go, so I send now. Around my tight crew. Oh, this nice A. This is also an A. I don't know if I like it as much, though. I like the thickness, and I like the roundedness of this one. Okay. Motherfucker, and nobody likes you. Wait. Itty bitty bitty body, and I hate it. Let's do it like kind of. I kind of like it like this. I think that's the vibe. Loot that motherfucker. And then up. That's kind of cute though. It's kind of cute though. You touch my tra-la-la. Oh, fuck. This one go here. This was the pretty. Ooh, my headset's dying. Pretty A. Oh, the fucking cover on my battery fell from my headset onto my back, and it was very cold because it's made out of metal. Okay. Whip. No, 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 no. Ding, ding, dong. No, 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 no. Oh, please. Oh, look at me. I'm about to get anal about the curvature of this. That A is so cute, though. But is it us? I feel like it's not us, though, chat. Chat. Like, I like this A a lot. This feels like an Elaine A. You know? But then there's this A, and it looks very retro. A2. Okay, so in order to encapsulate this, we're gonna try something else. Let's join this curve. And then bring this in. You put the A in autism. Thank you. Thank you right now. I appreciate you. I appreciate you that you really understand, you know? I feel like it's too tall. My ding ding dong. Hold on. Before they were two curves. Are they together now? Okay, they are. Join curves. Wait, I want this side to be. Make you fall in love. I will already have you under my arms. I used to hold. No. Chat, I don't know what I'm doing. Because you can make A's in a bunch of ways. Hold on. This is how would I write an A? Okay, well, not like that. Tell you what, it wouldn't be like that. 5, I guess. I don't know. Because, like, I want a pretty font. Many ways to skin a bug. That is very true. Wait, that's not B. Wait, I need capital C. C. D. Isn't there an app to do this? iOS app to make fonts. There's one on the App Store? Font self. Font self. Font self? Create fonts on desktop. Font self and... You son of a bitch. Wait, is it... No, not iOS. Android. I'm stupid. Draw your font. Way too many ads. Fuck. You think you're cool? This one? Well, that's the one I was just looking at. What's this? Whoa. Okay. Hello? Advance with 6. What? How do I draw? Ew! What do you mean I can't just draw? Path edit. Add path point. New path. I can't just draw it? Why can't I just draw it? There has to be an easier way to make fonts. Turn handwriting into font. Handwriting into font. Calligrapher. Very languid. Okay. Then we're gonna do this a silly way, and I don't remember why I didn't do this again in the silly way, because I'll remove all. So we're gonna call this minimal English, which is 60. And then download template. This is going to be main font part 1. Download. Right into heaven. Well, I motherfucking lied. I could fuck your shit to 11. Okay, so minimal punctuation and numbers. Is this the same? Move on. Minimal English. Does minimal English have open Solarplex? Okay, it has. Okay, I have to do this. Big. Okay. Has an exclamation point. Do not ask me again. This one. Has a comma. Has a period. Has this semicolon. This one. And a question mark. Okay. Spanish, number, Japanese, minimal punctuation and numbers. Yes, common scripts. Miscellaneous, basic mathematicals, commonly used, exciting characters. Hell of a ride, but you thought we were riding to heaven. Well, I motherfucking lie. We aren't using these. Hell of a ride. They have one that's like American ABCD. English 52. And well, English is 60. Interesting. I don't even know if I'd use these, but I'm keeping them anyway. I've never used these before. So why would I use them now? Same with these ones. Melly for Moo, welcome on in. Lovely to meet ya. Hope you have a good time here. I wouldn't use this. I want to use this as an angle. Had a hell of a ride, but you thought we were riding to heaven. Well, I motherfucking lied. Crank that funky shit to 11. Had a hell of a ride. You thought we were riding to heaven. Motherfucking lied. I'm excited for tomorrow. What's happening tomorrow? Let's see. This is main font part 2. I fucking lie. Rank the funky shit to 11. You don't know me. You don't know me at all. Know me. Think about currencies. Oh, basic punctuation. You don't know me at all. Ooh, let's go. Tomorrow will be a fun day for you then, huh? Whether you don't know me, you don't know me at all. You don't know me at all. You don't know me at all. I think this is the same. Does this have $sign? It has the % sign. And the % sign. These two. Cheeseburger. No, I'm mainly looking for the PC, but getting gifts is cool too. Is very cool. I'd have to agree. Well, hope everything's going good. Thank you for Dintin. He's warm. Hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac Whopper. Hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac Whopper. Has this and this one. Mmm. I think we have all the dashes we need. I think so. And then underlined? I don't think we have an underline. We have these two. What about less than and greater than? I can't tell. I don't think we do. We have the question mark. Hey, does that know where we can see that email? Is that okay? Yeah, that's fine. Doesn't matter. That's okay. My email is public. For template. I wonder if people have templates. This one is just the alphabet. Thank you, Bambi. One. Well, I have no question. Trying calligrapher pro. It's only $10. Punctuation. Thing bands, languages. It's 195. I click currencies. I didn't click currencies. Currencies. 201. Not arbitrary characters. I want a star. Ethiopic. Arrows basically block elements. Find. Where is the one I'm looking for? Acrylic. District. Ethiopic. Look at the head pad. General punctuation. Geometric shapes. This doesn't have the star that I want. Gothic. Oh, maybe it is that star actually. Greek extended. Hebrew IP. Oh Jesus, there's more. Miscellaneous symbols. Aha! It's usually this one. This one and this one. 203. Now I use this, not gonna use that. I use these ones. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe I have to do a currency thing. I'm gonna keep those. Square root. Do you think I'll ever use a square root, chat? I feel like I won't. I don't think we need 2 types of arrows. I don't think I'm gonna use the elements. I don't even know what this is for. Intersection? I don't know. I don't think I wanna know. I don't want to use these guys. Circled plus? I don't think I'm gonna use a circle plus. Square root of the taint is my asshole. Wink. To 3. Alright, but why are there like 5 of these though? I feel like I'm not gonna use these. What is the difference between these? Prime? Double prime? I'm not using these. There's like 5 different quotations. Same. But you have to pay for it if you want more than 75, which is a problem for me. Shake that ass for me. Shake that ass for me. I don't know what any of these are. We had the minus. I don't understand why we have so many dashes. Not gonna be necessary, I think. What are these two? 2 dot leader? Horizontal ellipses? I'll do horizontal ellipses. No, because of a period. What the fuck is this? I don't know what that is for. They're like different slashes. What is this? What's this? Reverse slash? Slidish? I don't think I need these ones. I'm not gonna ever. No, never integrals. Identical to? I don't think I need that one either. What is this one? Latin symbol. I'm only gonna do the ones that I know, which is sigma, pi, psi, and omega. So that makes sense to me. What is this tiny arrow for? I don't know. But I kind of like them, so I think we're gonna keep them. Okay, if I refresh this, is it gonna kill it? What's a one-time payment? How much is a one-time payment? Oh, it's a one-time payment of 10. Nice problem. I want chips, but chips cheesy and salty. Her mouth, but chips. Then limit the amount of chips you have and make sure you have water. What are you buying? Nothing. Nothing yet. I want to make a new font, but I am tired of like downloading 50 templates to do the same thing over and over again and make my brain fucking explode. So I'm thinking about whether I want to buy this font or not. Or buy this so that way I can download the template that I can technically use forever. But I need the upgraded license, I think, to make the font. I'm pretty sure. I don't know how that works. My iPad has an app that does what I want it to do, but, you know, fuck me. Why is it taking forever to load? Thank you. I'm just gonna take a screenshot of this, think about it more, and then pin it and just leave it there for now. I don't know how long it'll stay there, but we can hope and we can pray. Okay. Back into Affinity. I need to make a promo for Fishmas. Do promo for Fishmas next. And then we'll do some Christmas overlay art. I think it's my plan. I like that plan. It's a good plan. You take that deal? I take that deal. Do I not have an events like base? Charity events. Re-debut. I guess I could just use this one. No, I should have just used my thumbnail one. Media thumbnail. Save as, and then so I'll call this media events. So that way, if like we have holidays and stuff. Yeah, I want this one. I have my Santa hat. Where's my Santa hat? My Santa hat. I have a hat. Where is it? Where is my Santa hat? I have a... Where's my Santa hat? Chroma cowboy. Yuletide. Oh, I have a Yule... Oh, no, I have a Santa hat. What the fuck? I didn't want to show you my Santa hat. I want to change the outline color because this was originally for my chonky model, but now that it's for me, I have to change the outline. I'm letting her down. Got another hit. But goes around. Do I just want to make it a darker red? I kind of do. Fingers, mango, a grape. I can't imagine my life without it. I don't want to give up just to buy another run. Stop duplicating the star, please. And then rasterize. You're getting so sick of giving you up. Oh my god, this hat actually kind of fits. Let's go. A little bit smaller. That I'd be cool if I did what I was told. I would leave the house without. Why can't you guys see what's happening? Huh? Oh shit. Studio mode, desktop. There we go. Just had to refresh it. Boop, boop. Okay. There we go. Alright. Do I want that or do I want a different Santa hat? Let me look at the VTuber Santa hats. VTuber Santa hat. Preferably not AI. This one's cute. I just want to see if a different style would look. No, I don't want to. Maybe antlers? Wait, I have an antlers one, I think. I think antlers would be cute. I have an antlers one. Reindeer horns? It's a bit simple, but I think simple is just my style. Rasterize. All right. Okay, hold on. Wait, hear me out. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Is Vincent in the moon? What if it was a headband? Because I look kind of good in headbands. I actually wear these quite a bit in real life too, actually. Let's make it more of a Christmas red. And then we grab the antlers. But I made a reindeer hat. What do you mean I made a reindeer hat? She's got her own assets. I do. I've been doing this for like 3 years, so. Build a bit of a repertoire. Okay, wait. Okay, wait. I have an idea. Ideas are running through my head. Okay, wait. Take this guy. Make him not... That's a cute color, but not the one I wanted. And then... Lane cook. I'm cooking. And then we take these. And then we set them in here. But it'd have to be behind this one. In the moonlight. They're a little off. Like, they're not straightforward. I think I need them to be straightforward, though. Such a fine and central sight. There we go. And this one, 0. But it's charming. Okay, fair. And then we got that. I don't think I'll add the ears to it. Because I did these ears because they went over my chonky... Oh, do I have the chonky model on there?
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
See, so my ears would get covered, so I kind of did a covering of my ears. And then give me the nose. The nose. I don't know if the nose makes sense, though. Does the nose make sense? What do you guys think? Nose. Without or with? Wait, I have another question. Hold on. Wow, I went really hard. I think that's because I reused the asset. Without maybe? That's what I'm thinking. But listen. What if we did? I think it needs something with the nose. But what? Yeah, like, but what if we used... Because I used the nose to make these berries. Let's see. Do we have any Christmas lights? Because I'm lazy. I'm a lazy motherfucker. I don't, but I have those. Give me these. Give me just one. And then... What are the Christmas lights colors? I want the... Man, that's stuff on my shirt. Christmas lights. What are the fluorescent lights? Yeah, the fluorescent colors. I think. Vintage. I hate that they're called vintage. Okay. I realize once again, this is the nose. That's the nose again. Brightness and contrast. Yo, you could... I don't know why I said that's a yo. You could do frosting like a gingerbread reindeer. That does sound cute. I will not deny you on that, but I have one qualm. What if people say that I look like I have cum on my head? It's a real qualm. It's a real qualm. And not a qualm that I can ignore. Like a lighter blue. Well, now they will for sure. God damn it. Do it for the meme. What a horrible thing to say. Look, listen. I had a hat. I had a cute little hat, right? Listen, I had a cute little hat. It was meant to be, it was this. Okay, it was this cute little hat. It was meant to be a crocheted little hat that I had that went on my VTuber, and it was meant to be, like, you can see the crochet knitting. It was meant to be a crocheted hat, okay? And then everyone called it panties. And then I had to put a thing that says not panties on. Listen, I think it's because I did a flower, I think. Listen, it's a thing I think about a lot. Look at my crab hat. I forgot about my crab hat. I made so many hats for this little guy. I'm glad I get to reuse them now. I had a snowman hat, too. I also had Christmas cowboy. Wait, I could use these lights. I'm so smart. We love the not panty panties, I'm thinking. I'm glad you guys enjoy the not panty panties. Are these too big? I think these are too big, maybe. And then, are these... No, they're not 100. I made them 100. Yeah, I think that could be cute. Right? And then we do... Oh, God. Okay, red... Blue? Shit. Oh, wait, it was pink. Ah, shit. My favorite food is fish. I think it might be better if I got alt-tab. Yeah, it's better if I alt-tab. Okay. Scooby-Doo. Favorite film? Red, blue, green, yellow. I think this is the same picture that I used to make these light colors. Okay, do we want them to be this shape, though? Or do we want them to be... Fuck. I say this and I immediately regret it, but you know, fuck it. Can I just do it with the shape that it is? Nope. Convert to curves. Or do I do it like this? The circles are cute. Cause I was like, cause these are like teardrop shaped or whatever. Of character growth. Why didn't I just Gaussian blur everything? That's a real question. Depends on what, if you want to redo them all. Well, I would redo a set. The thing is, I'd redo a set. Yeah, that would have been better. I don't know why I didn't do it like that. Because then I can have 2 layers. Hold on, let me delete all these other ones so it doesn't seem like we're working with as much. That's pretty! Wait, this is pretty. Oh, well, that was pretty. That's pretty. Ooh, ooh, wait a second. Where are you? Come here. It's a ceremony with the wedding of our dreams. Make smaller. Oh, that's cute. Hold on, wait. Just a little bit. Just that little bit. That's kind of cute though. Okay. Sorry, I don't know why I'm being hyper for no reason. Glow berries. Fuck her up. You're myself up to love. Oops, sorry. Okay. Do these all have the same effect? Inner glow. No, they don't. So we'll just do this. Take me by the hand, do you understand? I'm cooking. You think I'm cooking? I agree. I also think I'm cooking. Vector, convert to curves. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, and then if I... Now they look like little thingies, chat. This is work. That's okay. Sometimes we just gotta do some work. All right, how am I gonna make this hang off of it, huh? Like this. It's gotta go like... and then... How do... Christmas lights hanging... Rain... horns. Get to the land. Okay. Okay. No, this is too much stabilization, chat. Okay. Nope. I'm trying to think about how to... I think I would go... We could do like up and then it goes down. But then this horn doesn't get anything. I think up, hangs down, comes back around, and then comes like this. Now this isn't gonna make a lot of sense. Like, give me a second. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. This song actually might be before some of your guys' time in here. But I really like this song, but it's really weird, so just hang with it for a second, okay? Break. Nope, that's not break. It's this one. Time. Oh, guys. I'm old, but I hear it for the first time. Fair, okay. This is a song that's a diss on Mia Khalifa, who for those of you who don't know, that's a porn star. And she was like, I think in like the feud started because like she was being mean. Ambrosia Bites. Ooh, I like your name. Welcome on in. So like this song was like when disses were really big on YouTube. And I think what had happened was Mia Khalifa, who's a porn star, made fun of another girl for like doing kind of like porn-ish stuff. And then they were like, what the fuck? Aren't you a porn star though? And so they made this song. I don't ever think there was an official statement back from her though. Hi, Elaine. Thank you so much. Of course. Of course. Your name's very pretty. I like the word ambrosia a lot. It's very nice. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm gonna break the curve here so that way I can do this. How you doing? Welcome on in. I hope you enjoy hanging out with us. I feel like I've seen your name before, but I don't. Maybe not. I don't know. Okay, and then this one goes on the behind. And then I want this to not be black. I want it to be silver. Do I want it to have an inner glow, though? Center. Yes. Because then it could be white. I really like this song, too. Yeah. Doot, doot, doot. Oops. Doot, doot. And then let's take this down to this horn. Put this one on the behind. Except I don't like this part. I see it at Papa's Discord. Oh! Yeah! Or are you the purple one? You purple? Are you purple? Are you purple? Are you purple? My brain is trying to remember my Rolodex of names. Where the red... Oh! Oh! Close enough. I mean, red and blue make purple. So... But are you excited? Are you excited for Christmas? Sorry, I keep thinking about Christmas because of this thing I'm working on. Wait, do we want both horns? Oof, pot calling the kettle black. What? Oh, yeah. Wait, sorry, that took me a second. Should we have it on both horns, or do you think we should just have it on one? Also... Both? Okay. Should they be different? Both gotta be cohesive? Okay. Just trying to decide something, because it's fucking me up a little bit. I think, okay, this guy, if I want him to be curved at the end, he's actually gotta go behind the horn. But if he goes behind the horn, let's do it like this. Looking so cute, thank you. Not too much work. So just make them the same? Okay. And then I can make this like this. You gotta look good here. Or I can do anything else. Damn, this program has it all. It does. And And guess what? Guess what? Guess what? It's free. It's free. Yeah, because I think then it doesn't become... Lane has qualms. Or is it? It's this part? Might be a little bit more whimsical. And the problem is I need another one of these. Ah! Just got the shit out of me. Actually, you know what? No, this can get tucked. Because you see the end of this side, so I think this side can get tucked, actually. But then if that side gets tucked, I might as well just put it in the front anyway. Frick! Okay, go away. Okay. And then I can do this. And make this line up against here. Is this Gucci bag? No, this is pink and green. I don't really want to listen to this one. I don't want to listen to this one either. Alright, do I like this one? I don't think I do. Sometimes less is more. Yeah, I like that. Okay. So now we have that. But now how do we want to do this part? Oh, you know what? Keeping the Gaussian blur on these actually would have been okay. I see, I see. Lane's brain is thinking, slowly but surely. Okay, now I have to pair them. So this is blue. This is pink. Green. Oops. Orange. And red. Close. They should be facing downwards though, because gravity? Ah, no, not for Christmas lights. It's actually dependent on the little connector points so they can face out. Might as well, they're on a wire, might as well defy it. Yeah. I want the blue to scoot. And the green could... I'm realizing I'm still in Clover Pit. Let me be on art. There you go. And then... let's go back. I don't remember the color order. It's pink. Pink. Orange. I kind of want this to go behind. Yeah, actually, no, that looks good. Boop. Okay. Thank you, Vext. Or I guess it doesn't matter. I could do like blue next. What is this song? Existential Crisis. Oh. I need this to be on top. No, I don't. I lied. Okay. Busy falling asleep to mainstream and suddenly whatever it is, that's I think it's red. I think it's red next. Oh, I'm sorry. You're not gonna fall asleep to this either. Well, maybe. Probably not, though. And then it goes pink. Yeah, and then 1, 2, 5, 4, 5, 4. Me count so poor. Nothing on to 1, 2. I can count to 2. I can count to 3, 4. Green. And it's green next. Yep, it's green. Only count to 4. I can only count to 4. And then if that's 3, let's do green, or let's do orange. 2, 5, 10, 5, 10. And green again. 1, 2 again. Nothing down to 1, 2. I can count to 2, 3. I can count to 3, 4. I can count to 4. 2. What comes after 2? 3. What comes after 3? 4. I can only count to 4. I can only count to 4. I can only count to 4. And then blue. And then red. School. Mind. I got to 4. And then green. Thank God you guys are letting me duplicate this, because this is taking forever. My ADHD is like, let me move on. We can only count to 4. We can only count to 4. We can only count to... I feel like I did the order wrong. No, it's just reversed. So is blue next? I think so. I think blue is next. Well, the end of the song doesn't really matter. Then red. Wait, am I doing this right? I don't think I did this right. Chat? Blue? Orange? green. Chat, I think I fucked this up. I don't care. No, I do care. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Red. I'm gonna pass out in the background now. Good night. Good night, Bumby. Thank you for stopping by. Red, pink, orange, green, blue. Oh, fuck. Green, blue, red, pink, orange, green. Oh, is that? No, it's green, blue, red, pink, orange, green, blue, red, pink. Okay. You can stick to green instead of red. Stick a green instead of a red, huh? Where? Where? Oh, wait, not that one. Wait. I got confused again. Pink. Pink. The order is right. Cool. Look at you being a smarty pants. And then... like there. And then there'd be one back here that would be also green, but I'm gonna move the green. I'm gonna move the green to be this way. So I don't really want them to overlap. And KFC now? You have KFC over there? Wait, so you have KFC, but you can't have Discord. I guess that makes sense. I guess what secrets are you gonna exploit through KFC, I guess. Fair. Do you like fried chicken a lot? Green. Green, 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 blue, red, pink. It ended with pink. We don't. It got acquired by a domestic company. Oh. The more you know. Would not have expected that, if I'm honest with you. This one will make you want to have dim sum. Do you have dim sum over there? Can I just kidnap you so I can keep you in America? So that way you can just hang out with us all the time? I don't know. Is that inappropriate to say? If that's inappropriate, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for it to be inappropriate. Horn. But the problem is, now I want KFC and dim sum. You're welcome. The problem is I shaded these different. No, I didn't. Yes, I did. Fuck. It's okay. Truth be told, I've never eaten dim sum. I think I had it once. I think I've had it once. Here with my Chinese friend. Here every night. Is this not too much? Hear me out. Is this not too much? Like, if I were to take these guys, turn them off. You know? Maybe we need fewer lights. I think you're right. I think you're right. Also, this would go on top. Fuck. But that's not so bad. I like the asymmetry. Yeah, maybe space them out a little bit more. Okay. Let me look at a light. Oh yeah, I forgot. There's so much further. Okay. Fair? Unless I did like the little ones. Unless I did like these ones. They're still pretty far apart though. I know the problem. Ding, ding, ding. Elaine knows the problem. Hold on. I just do. Okay. There we go. Hell yeah, it looks so right. I know. Oh fuck. How do I want this one. Located, but we're not. Okay, I'll spread it out a little more. I got it. One of the children won't stop screaming 'cause he's a little attention attractor. When he grows up to be a comic or actor, he'll be rewarded for never maturing, for never understanding or learning. Every day can't be about him. There's other people, you selfish asshole. Must be psychotic, I must be demented to think that I'm worthy of all this attention. Wait, hold on. I want this one to be here because it kind of accents this. Addict, but I get paid to indulge in my habits. I'm an illusion. I'm wearing makeup, makeup. That's better. I really wish I did these in order. Fuck, okay. It's okay. Artist dead. Only you don't well Harlan rolls in his grave. His grave, his grave. Show has got a budget. Show has got a budget. People way more deserving of the money won't budget. 'Cause I wanted my name in lights. Fed a family of four for 40 fucking fortnights. 40 fucking fortnights. Please don't forgive me. I am an artist. Please don't revere me. I am an artist. So please don't respect me. I am an artist. For me to correct me. I'm an artist. Self-assessed artist. I am an artist. I am an artist. I'm a kid. I'm just a kid. I'm just a kid. Kid. Maybe I'll grow out of it. That is me and my coping song. I love that song so fucking much. But businessman, but businessman. Businessman. Check their Discord, so I will say the word. I'm not cop. Elaine wants to redo this. Elaine does. There's too many colors on my screen. I don't understand. Elaine doesn't understand anymore. Hold on. Sorry. It was really distracting. I was like, what? I don't understand what's happening. Oh, not that one. Okay. We're gonna start with this one here. And then it goes... Is there an order? Does the order matter? Is there an order to Christmas? Oh, I forget. Isn't there usually a white one? I guess with the Christmas order, Christmas lights order. Whoa, look at these vintage ones. We have these ones. Well, they're a little bit older, newer, but they're actually just circular and they're plastic. What's the order of them though? Yeah, these are one. I like the circular ones. The circular ones are my favorite. Okay, so let's do this one and the blue one. It's associates. Blue, green. I think Just gotta scoot a little bit more over. Man, businessman, green, yellow, or orange, depending on your perspective. Businessman. It's definitely not a cop. And then pink. Red, green, orange, pink. This is how I feel right now. Seeing this come together, that's how I feel right now. Sorry, I don't know why I'm so hyper. I'm like hyper for no reason. I'm sorry. Hey, you guys. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Then pink would be here. No. Blue and then green would be here. So it could peek out like a little bit. Green can peek out a little bit. I feel like that'd be nice. Like a little bit. And then green, blue, green, yellow. Lolo. Then pink. Pink. Red. Yeah. And then blue. And then green, yellow, pink, maybe? Wait. Green, yellow. Yeah, pink would be up. And then red would be down. And then this one's gotta look like it's underneath. Not that far underneath. That far underneath. Kind of like that far underneath. Except if it's that way, it needs to go this way, I think. Kind of don't like how close this pink is, but I think it's okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. And then here, blue. Blue. Green. I don't know what this song is. Green, orange. Orange. Pink. Pink. Pink, red. Oh my god, why is it still working? Yeah, I wanted to make Christmas stuff. And then I got sidetracked again because now I'm making Christmas hat. Teehee. But I'll probably get off soon. I feel the slight exhaustion. And I want to be prepared for tomorrow, because tomorrow we're gonna hang out and play games. I'm excited for that. Christmas. Yeah, Christmas. Yeah, boy, it's Christmas. I did this wrong. Yeah, I did this wrong. That's fine. That's not fine, though. Let's flip this one this way, then. And then let's flip this one this way. Yeah. So now it kind of looks like it's going the other way. This one here. And then blue again. Blue again. And then blue and then green. Oops. Just the green. Gotta be so goddamn difficult. Whoop. For better. And plug hole. Getting the plug in the goddamn plug hole. Be in the world. Difficult, difficult, lemon, difficult. Yeah, see, you get it. You get it. Do I like it? Am I happy with this? What do you think, chat? Do you like it? Do you like it, chat? I think it's good. Looks like Christmas. I think I don't like the blue, which annoys me, but I think it's okay. All right, shall we test it on the other horn? Yeah, see, that looks more Christmas. But I think I might keep it asymmetrical because I think that's cute. Yee looks a lot better. Cool. All right. Took an hour to do that. Wash my hair. Undress me everywhere. Look at us. Hold on, let me export this as well so that way I don't forget. Kiss me there, hanky. Stream. Always yours. Hats. Christmas deer. Okay. Customize hats. Christmas deer needs to go. I didn't put assets in here, did I? Okay. This one. You can play. Say, I'm always yours. This one. Oh, look at that. Look at all those. Let's go party. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna refresh myself. Don't know if that'll work the way I want it to because I can't tell, but... Oh, I have to put my banks down. I forgot. Oh, no, I actually have to reload it now. Okay. That's fine. Creation in the Barbie world. It's fantastic. Alright, hello. Let me go back to hub. Put my cardigan back on. Here, I can turn my horns off too. Hold on. Did I put my... No. There. I have a cute little Christmas hat now. Okay. That was quite a bit of work. Bring all the boys to the yard. Yeah, like... Alright, this is where we're gonna keep it for now. I'll work on it more after stream. That is so cute. I'm glad you like it. I think it's cute too. I have to charge. Alright. Who's streaming? Ooh. That's not what I wanted to click. Who is streaming? Heroic streaming. Goblin is streaming. Repo. La, la. Oh, they have a little shark suit. That's cute. You want to raid them? Wait, Snoozlin. Snoozlin is doing stuff too. And it's been a while since we raided them. I don't know what they're doing. What are they doing? If they're doing something interesting that I can understand, we'll raid into them. So I think that what is this? They're playing bingo? They're playing Roblox bingo? I think they're playing bingo. Oh, okay. We'll go raid them then. I'm so glad I got to watch you work. Oh, thank you. Not yet dead red. I hope that your workout goes well today, and I hope you tell it about it to me tomorrow. But I love you guys very much, and thank you for hanging out with today. We're gonna go raid Snoozlin. Because they're doing something. I don't know exactly what, but they're doing something. Love you, wife. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow, my love. Here's the raid message. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I appreciated it if you did, so that way they know where you came from. Remember, guys, be goober, be better. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. I love you. Good night.